Okay, good morning. This meeting is now resumed. Members, we will now review and confirm the order paper. There are 67 items left on the agenda, including 33 member motions. Council has decided to consider item EX 27.10 on Cafe TO 2022 and beyond as the first item of business this morning. Council will consider the member motion run-through at 2 p.m. Following the member motion run-through, we will hold a closed session. And the next two items after the closed session will be item GL 2611 on vehicle for hire driving training and EC 25.5 on the results of the 2021 street needs assessment. Members, to help staff prepare for the closed session, I will review the items with confidential information and ask if members need to consider them in closed session. The first item is EX 27.5, unlocking real estate capital. Councillor Cressy, do you need to go in camera on this item?
No, Speaker.
Pardon?
No, Speaker.
No? Okay.
Speaker, in a point of order.
Yes, point of order?
I sent you an email this morning regarding a conversation we had yesterday.
Yes, I'm going to get to that, Councillor Thompson.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next item, confidential, is EX 27.8, the first Parliament site and expropriation of city-owned lands by Metrolinx. Councillor Wong-Tam, do you need to go on camera on that item?
Speaker, your audio cut out for me just temporarily. I didn't hear the full sentence. I heard my name.
Your item that you held down for EX 27.8, the first Parliament site, do you need to go into camera on that item?
No, I do not, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The next one is AU 10.4, Auditor General Cybersecurity Review. Councillor Holiday, we're going in camera on that item for fire services.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I may confirm that there would be in-camera questions.
Thank you. CC 37.2, 700, 730 Mount Pleasant Road. Councillor Matlow, do you need to go on camera on that item?
No, I don't.
Pardon?
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you. CC 37.7, sale of city-owned lands, 20 Castlefield Avenue. Councillor Fillion, do you need to go on camera on that item?
I'm not sure yet. I have some questions of staff offline. I may be able to release it. I'm just not sure yet.
Okay, if you can let us know so when we go on camera, we can prepare.
Yes.
CC 3711, ratification of the appointment for the Create TO Chief Executive Officer. Councillor Carroll,
Yes, briefly, Madam Speaker.
go in camera, okay. Thank you. Now, Councillor Perks, your question earlier about EX 27.2 and GL 26.6. So if you want to move a motion that we combine the two?
Yes, Speaker, I think that's simplest.
Okay. All in favor? Carried. All right. Now I would take the release of polls. Please put your name on the list if you have an item to release. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, thank you, and good morning, Speaker. I am going to release EX 27.3, Core Infrastructure Asset Management Plan. I've had a conversation with staff, and I'm satisfied that they're building sustainability and adaptation into the plan.
Okay, thank you. And EX 27.3, Councillor Fletcher is releasing. All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Thank you. Councillor Cressy.
Speaker, I have two. The first is HL 31.2, the Black Scientist Task Force. I can release that. I believe Councillor Wong-Tam wishes to continue holding it, so I can release that to her if she'd like.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cressy.
Okay, thank you.
And the second, Speaker, is item EX 27.5, Real Estate Capital 249 Queens Quay West. There is an amendment that we worked on with CREM and CREATE staff with that amendment, which I can place. I can then release the item.
Okay. The amendment is on the screen. All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Item is amended. All in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Oh, sorry. Do you have another one?
No, sorry, I was saying thank you.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's the Striking Committee ST 9.2 held by Councillor Ainsley. He continued to hold because I had to talk to clerk staff. I've talked to clerk staff. They're satisfied with the motion that Councillor Ainsley moved, so I don't have to hold. I have no interest in it anymore. So if Councillor Ainsley wants to release it, that's fine.
Councillor Ainsley will release it or move it.
Okay, so this
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
So this is the motion for ST 9.2 2022 scheduled meetings. Councillor Ainsley has an amendment on the screen. All in favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. Item is amended. All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Councillor Bailao.
Madam Speaker, item PH 28.3, new multi-unit residential acquisition program to protect existing affordable rental homes. I can release that.
Sorry, Councillor Bailao, I can't really hear you.
PH 28.3, new multi-unit residential acquisition program to protect existing affordable rental homes.
Okay, you're releasing?
I'll release that.
Okay, PH 28.3. Is everyone okay for releasing? On favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. Councillor Thompson?
Thank you, Speaker. I have an item, EC 25.2, the Cultural Festival Funding Program. I don't know if anyone else has an interest. I do have a motion from staff that I'd like to have the clerks put up, and if no one has an interest, then I'd like to deal with this now. Thank you.
Okay, if we can put, okay, the amendment is on the screen. Is everyone okay with the amendment? Okay, on EC 25.2, Cultural Events Funding Program, Councillor Thompson's amendment is on the screen. On favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Matlow.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow.
Aye. Madam Speaker, on EC 25.3, Developing a Cultural Districts Program, I can release that. I've got a small amendment that I worked on with the support of staff.
Do we have that motion, Councillor Matlow?
It's been sent, yes.
Okay, we're not ready. We don't have it. Thank you.
Okay, I'll do it later. Thanks.
Members,
Speaker, it's sorry.
Councillor Fletcher?
Yeah, you asked me to hold PH 28.4 yesterday, which I did, and I don't know if it's ready to be released or not. And if it is, I will.
PH 28.4?
Yes.
Yeah, you've held the item down.
Yes, and as you requested me to hold it down. I think we were expecting.
Yeah, so would you like to move it with a supplementary report?
Yes, if it's ready to move, I will move that. It's a fantastic report, actually.
Yeah,
Great.
on 28.4A. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, if you can just give us a second, Councillor Fletcher.
Sure, yep.
PH 28.4, official plan amendment on updating the definitions of affordable rental and ownership housing. Okay, there it is on the screen by Councillor Fletcher. All in favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Item is amended. All in favor, carried. Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I could potentially release EX 27.8, the first Parliament site and expropriation of city-owned lands by Metrolinx for transit purposes, as well as the first Parliament master plan. I could release those two items. I just wanted to very quickly speak to it and have a recorded vote. If there are members who have interest, then I'll continue to hold it. If not, then I can do that at your discretion.
So what's the wish of council? To have Councillor Wong Tam speak briefly on the two items or release it, or does any other member of council have an interest?
No.
No? Okay, Councillor Wong Tam. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And I'll just deal with those two matters together. I just want to thank city staff for all their hard work in getting us the report. And I want to just recognize that, you know, there are two separate items before us, but they are entirely tied together. The staff from CREM in particular has been working very hard at trying to navigate the expropriation plans from the province for those lands. And of course, the first Parliament site, as everyone knows by now, is literally the seat of local government. The first time the Parliament buildings were built in this country, it was literally the formation of the Dominion of Canada, Upper Canada, as you know. The first Parliament buildings were there. The second Parliament buildings were there even after the War of 1812, when the Parliament buildings were burned down. And they had to be replaced. So it actually has been painstakingly assembled, the first Parliament lands. It represents about 3 acres of land, roughly the same size as Nathan Phillips Square. And when the province expressed interest in expropriation in the early days of this year, obviously that was not the wish of the community. It certainly wasn't the wish of the previous councillor, Councillor McConnell, who put all that effort in putting it together, assembling it together, and then putting it into the hands of the public, meaning the city owned and controlled it. As of August, we no longer own these lands. The City of Toronto has not have control, nor do we have ownership anymore. That has now been taken over by the province. They're already on site drilling and doing some soil samples for the Ontario line. I will want to express to Council that our local community rallied around the first Parliament lands. We were trying to defend it on behalf of the City of Toronto. These are your lands as much as anybody else's, of course, and the city owned them in trust on behalf of the residents. So it really was a site that was assembled for commemoration purposes. It was never a site to be assembled for profit. It was never going to be a site that we were going to see high-rise development and condominiums and office buildings. There was going to be some of that, but certainly it wouldn't have taken over the majority of the site. So, Madam Speaker, I just want to say thank you to the community. We are certainly not there to a place where we are satisfied, but after 8 working group sessions led by the city as well as a site walk, we have gotten the attention of Metrolinx and Infrastructure Ontario. They have heard from our communities very loudly and clearly what we'd like to see, and hopefully you will agree with us. And what we want to see is not random. What we'd like to see was captured in defining first principles in the master plan, which is the second document before us. And that master plan is the guiding document that will help develop the first Parliament lands. And those principles include significant public green space, making sure we have an interpretation center so we can properly commemorate the first Parliament of Canada, but also the rich Indigenous history, the earliest activities known in Canada going back thousands of years. We have a lot of work ahead of us. We cannot possibly capture the principles and the outcomes outlined in the first Parliament plans and the master plan without the support of the province. So having a unanimous vote here today on both of these documents will send a really strong message. And I'm hoping that we can do this I believe it's our responsibility, to be quite honest, to finish the good work that was started by Deputy Mayor Pam McConnell. It's not my work alone. It's not Councillor Cressy's work alone, but I believe it's our work together. I hope that we can do that. In the next month or so, you'll be hearing more about First Parliament as the province's development proposal is going to be revised. And we're really crossing our fingers that they heard us during the working group and that they'll give us a better outcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So are you asking for a recorded vote then, Councillor Wong Tam?
Yes, Madam Speaker, on both items, please.
Okay, on EX 27.8, recorded vote.
Councillor Layton, may we have your vote, please?
Yes, apologies. I'll vote in the affirmative.
Thank you. Councillor Fillion, may we have your vote, please?
Affirmative.
Thank you. And Councillor Robinson, may we have your vote, please?
Affirmative.
Thank you. The item carries. The vote is unanimous, 26 in favor.
Thank you. EX 27.9, First Parliament Master Plan, recorded vote.
Councillor Robinson, may we have your vote, please?
Affirmative.
Sorry, Councillor, can you repeat that for me?
Affirmative.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday, if you're there, can you please turn your camera on for voting?
Hi there, my camera shows that it's running.
Oh, great. We can see you now. Thank you. The item carries unanimously, 26 in favor.
Thank you. Members, I have reviewed urgent member motions to be added to the agenda. Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion I'd like to move regard to Section 37 agreement that we're working on with 411 Victoria Park.
Okay, all in favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. Councillor Cressy?
Yes, Speaker. This motion is urgent to allow the polling process to be reopened and concluded without unnecessary delay.
Okay, all in favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any. Carried. Okay. Yes. Okay. All those in favor of adopting the order paper? Show of hands. Opposed, if any. Carried. Councillor Thompson, I understand that you wish to make a brief announcement at this time.
Yes, thank you very much, Speaker, and good morning, everyone. Speaker, on October 23rd at approximately 9:40 p.m., I received a call from Scarborough's largest employer, Atlantic Packaging. The CFO contacted me at that time to indicate that there was a problem with a water main that had broken the day before and had not been capped by the city and was causing a tremendous amount of concerns with respect to the impact of the flow of the water onto a building that is at 111 Progress. The feeling that the water was going to damage the building in such a way that would create severe problem for them and challenges as such, and the water needed to be capped. And so again, this was on Saturday night at almost 10 o'clock. I then reached out to Lou DiGeronimo, who was head of water, to see what could be done, because the caller, the CFO for the company, had indicated that our staff had been there on the Friday. However, nothing was done to resolve the water flow, and it was a tremendous amount of water flowing onto their land and onto the building, and was causing imminent danger for the shoring and the foundation of the building. I asked Mr. DiGeronimo what can be done, what not. We could get a crew to go out to deal with this issue that was obviously of major importance to the community and to the company, one of our largest employers and our largest employer in Scarborough, Atlantic Packaging. To his credit, Mr. DiGeronimo indicated that he would assemble a crew to go out and investigate in order to take the appropriate action. Speaker, we discussed yesterday with the city manager's report on the executive committee with respect to COVID-19 update. We talk about our staff, the mayor and others express their gratitude to their staff, to the city staff, and how they work really hard. I wanted just to simply say this is an example of the dedicated men and women who work for this great city. I wanted to personally take this opportunity to thank Mr. DiGeronimo, although he will be the first one to say he does not need to be thanked, nor does the staff need to be thanked, but I do think that they do need to be thanked. Additionally, I want to thank Bill Shea, who is a director, distribution and collections, Derek Thomas, manager, customer field service, Albert Raju, coordinator, customer care, Magdalena Gabrowski, supervisor, customer service, Anthony Horgort, water maintenance worker 1, Daniel Menshaw, water maintenance worker 3, Chad Chomandale, backhoe operator. Because what they did, Speaker, was that they spent the entire night working to address this major problem that was brought to my attention. And they were able to cap the water main at about 3 a.m. on Sunday, October 24th. This is an example of the dedication, the hard work of our amazing staff who work for the city to respond to a problem that was of major importance and needed to be addressed in the community. So I simply wanted council to know this. I wanted us to acknowledge the great work and leadership of Mr. DiGeronimo and the amazing men and women who actually worked through the night to address this fundamental problem. And I think it's important for Torontonians to realize and recognize the dedicated people that work for the city, and they're working 24/7 to address challenges, even during the pandemic, where some people think that not enough is being done. A lot of work is actually being done to address the issue. So thank you very much for the opportunity, Speaker, to express my gratitude to all those who I've named. And we really do appreciate the outstanding work and efforts that they had gone through in order to address this major challenge in my community. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Okay, we will now go to our first timed item, which is EX 27.10 Cafe TO 2022 and beyond. If we have any questions to staff, if you can please put your name on the list. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And my first question through you to staff is regarding the Cafe TO installations that are underutilized. So I think that because the fees were waived and of course everybody wanted to have the spaces, the intention and the execution didn't always line up. So what we experienced in many of our streets in the downtown were occupied Cafe TO installations, but then almost no activity during the daytime and only opening on in the evening and sometimes only on Thursday, Friday, Saturday. How do you plan to reconcile that in the future?
Through the speaker to Councillor Wong Tam, thank you for that question, and we were equally concerned about that. A couple of things that were distinct with the 2021 program is that restaurateurs were not yet able to have indoor dining when we started at the beginning of the season, although I think the condition you described really happened all throughout the summer. We definitely saw there was a lack of enforcement capacity on our team, and so one of the things that we've promoted through this report is to increase that to have enough people to be able to enforce that. We also are going to be doing something a little bit different this year with how we do those layouts on the cafes, so that we have better tools for our enforcement folks to work with the businesses to ensure that they're set up properly. And I believe that Councillor McKelvey also placed a motion at executive committee that deals with this directly. So again, another good reason why the program is on its way towards permanency, but we still have additional work to do to get there.
Thank you. That answer was very helpful. So I'm just curious that if staff go out to investigate and find that the installation, the Cafe TO installation is underutilized, is it your intention to advise the owner to get out there, maintain it, to use it during the day? Are you going to be building prescriptions of how often it should be used? And if none of that works, will you be removing those cafe installations?
So we, through the speaker, we will be getting much more specific about those details about actions to be taken through the guidebook. We've developed a guidebook and released a new version of it every year we've had the program. We want to be very clear with businesses what those criteria would be. And the goal ultimately is to have those spaces well utilized. We can certainly revoke permits. We can also work directly with councillors to bring motions forward to community council to remove permits if there's really a problem with an individual installation, and of course work directly with the BIAs to help to mitigate and communicate with the businesses where they are in BIA areas.
Thank you. So the way the staff report is written right now, it looks like the delegated authority will be handed over to staff on future Cafe TO installations. But what I'm hearing from you is that if something goes wrong and if the Cafe TO installations are underutilized or perhaps improperly used, that councillors will have to bring a motion to their local community councils to revoke the cafe installations. Is that correct?
Not entirely. That could certainly be one course of action, Councillor Wong Tam, but staff can also revoke those permits if they find that the operator is not working in concurrence with the guidelines.
Okay, so therefore it's not necessarily that council doesn't approve them individually. Council will just sort of give all the responsibility and authority to staff to approve as well as to revoke.
Correct. We could revoke for non-compliance, and if it was in the case of a sidewalk cafe, that would then be back to the to the community council to address. But certainly, staff would do whatever they could to work with the businesses, as I mentioned, through the BIA and the councilor's offices to get compliance. We always want to work on compliance first. But if that's not working out, then yes, we would not only have the enforcement capacity in 2022, but we would also have the tools to be able to remove a cafe if necessary.
Okay, thank you. And I have one other question regarding conflicts. If businesses end up having conflict with one another and they have to be adjacent to each other, just because of the way the cafes were being distributed, if a street has many restaurants and cafes and there have equal proportion cafe installations, their cafe teal installation may not be directly in front of their business. So it creates a conflict with the adjacent business. How do you intend to resolve that conflict in the future without getting the councillor's office involved?
That was your last question.
So thank you, Councillor Wong-Tam. We have been relying pretty heavily on the BIA office, Cheryl Blackman and her team, to be able to help resolve those conflicts. That's not always an easy task. They certainly were not as well resourced as they will need to be in 2022. So we've asked for additional resources in the BIA office to help be more directive and manage some of those conflicts. We've also been involved, and we get involved in transportation and MLS as well to try to manage those conflicts when they should arise. And I'm not saying that they're not going to arise, because I think people are quite passionate about the use of the curb space on the blocks in front of their businesses. We'll continue to work with adjacent businesses and the BIAs to try to manage that, but having additional staff in the BIA office will be very helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, questions?
I was following along there because I'm not, anyway. The delegated authority is for flankage patios now, is that what you're telling us?
Through the speaker to Councillor Fletcher, the delegated authority this particular proposal that's before you today would actually remove the flankage patio process that we had in place in last year's program and the year before. So the goal was to try to make it as straightforward for people to get their patios in place. And so there would not be a council requirement, as I understand it, to add a flankage patio in the 2022 program.
In the 2022 program?
Yes.
Would you have a problem with advising or seeking input from councillors' offices about new flankage patios in particular? Because we've in order to meet the pandemic needs, we've turned over the approvals for these very quickly, and there are kind of standard conditions and other things that often have to be applied based on the operators. So would you have a problem with seeking input from the local councillors' offices prior to issuing any new licenses?
I'm going to see if Carlton.
I can jump in on this, Barbara. Yeah, thank you, Councillor Fletcher, for the question, and I believe you asked this earlier in the program as well. So we're trying to be as permissive as possible and allow these to happen, but seeking the input, or if the local councillor has some input to share with us on flankages, that would be helpful and well received.
And then are you saying we would revert back to our previous process, which is, we haven't had complaints, but at times, I'm sure you're aware that there's flankage patios that have pretty strict conditions on them based on how they have been operating in the neighborhood. So I really want to make sure that here we're not giving away all of our authority to represent the larger community.
So
with problem
again,
operators.
Yeah, no, I understand the question, and the intent again is to allow these to happen so that businesses can have a patio, but the input of that local councillor is valuable in making those decisions and establishing conditions if necessary.
Could we bring that to council or community council?
I believe so.
Concern? Pardon?
I believe so, yes.
So establishing a process where we could bring the final, should there be an issue, bring that approval to, or would it be community council or council?
It's my understanding that it would be community council.
So the same process to review. And would you be willing to let us know if there's been any issues with any flankage patios in particular?
I'm not aware of specific flankage issues. I am aware that we received 690 complaints in 2021 related to patios. That's citywide, and 399 are those related to noise and amplified sound. And that's something that, again, we continue to work on, but I don't have specifics on complaints related to flankages.
Okay, would you be able to, sorry to interrupt you, I don't have a lot of time. Would you be able to let us know, those are a large number of complaints about patios. I don't know if they went to 311 or you directly, but could you compile a list of those complaints for ward by ward so we could see what, how things went in the summer and how you dealt with them?
Sure, I will take that as an undertaking to.
Well, I'm going to move that. So if you can do it, I'm going to move it. You can report to the or community council where they were so we can track it, because we're going to a very different system. Thank you very much for that. So you can do that ward by ward. Our delegated authority, while we might delegate it for 2022, are you assuming that that will remain delegated for forever and ever? I'm asking the general manager.
So thanks, Councillor Fletcher. I think we're certainly looking to see how that works out this year. I think we're open. Like we said, it's not, we're on the path to permanency, so we have the opportunity to come back in 2023 with actually permanent changes to 742, and we would want to get feedback from the process in 2022 quite actively. I also want to make sure that our enforcement people, as I said, we've asked for more enforcement people, and so that they would have some key performance measures that then we could make available on a relatively regular basis, just in terms of what they're seeing out there, so we can keep people informed.
Thank
I
you.
guess that's really a very different
Councillor
process than
Fletcher,
we've had previously.
Councillor Fletcher, that was your last question.
Sure, I want to go there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor McKelvey?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So recognizing you're trying to balance how easy it is to get the permits out so the restaurants can get open with these other concerns that we've just heard. So how is your process kind of making it better this year? What are you doing so that we can ensure patios are being used, there's no eyesores, et cetera? How is that going to be reflected in the 2022 process?
Through the speaker to Councillor McKelvey, I mean, I think that there's a couple of things. One, I think the nature of the industry has changed a bit, right, in that they now have access to indoor dining. I mean, I don't know that we'll see fewer applications, but I think people will be more deliberate about whether they can use those cafe locations. They certainly need to be staffed in order to be able to have access to them for customers. And then I think, again, part of our challenge last year was that we just didn't really have enough boots on the ground enforcement to be able to be out and monitoring as closely as probably needed to happen. We also, it's a relatively significant undertaking with the BIA offices and the businesses to help navigate, as Councillor Wong Tam and others have noted. And so I think having that capacity in the BIA office to be able to communicate effectively with the businesses and head some of those things off at the pass before they become problems. So a combination of proactive work and enforcement, I think, is what we hope to see for success this year.
Okay, and then so specifically, you're going to have more inspections. You can make sure they're being used. You can make sure they're not eyesores, they're not safety hazards. And what would you be able to do if there's a bad actor?
We would be able to revoke their permit. We would certainly work with them to get compliance first. And if we weren't able to get compliance, we would be able to revoke their permit and go back to existing right-of-way conditions.
Okay, and you said this year there'll be a guide. So like the expectations will be, I think, clearer than ever before for the restaurants?
Yes, that's true. And there's been a guide every other year as well, but we continue to update and train on that guide. So being a lot more specific about lessons learned from 20 and 21 into the 2022 program, that will be an active body of work for us in the beginning of the season.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. Through you to the General Manager of Transportation. Page 13 of the report talks about more work is required to monitor the impact of long-term curb lane closures on the travel network and determine what congestion mitigation strategies might need to be developed in order to support permanent cafe locations, particularly as the city returns to pre-pandemic traffic levels. Do we have any sense of what the traffic levels will be next year?
Through the Speaker to Deputy Mayor Holiday, we don't. We monitor them weekly, and we see that they are not quite back to pre-pandemic levels, probably around 85%. We have tools not only in the downtown but citywide to look at traffic levels, and so we continue to monitor them. And I think that's one of the reasons why we would like this year to be on the path to permanency, because in 2021 we saw again another transition year with traffic related to COVID. Again, we've been monitoring it quite closely, but we want to be able to make specific recommendations to council on permanency related to some of those impacts.
How do we quantify congestion? Is it a scientific approach or an engineering approach, or is it political? And I mean that in an earnest sense, right? You know, there is congestion is anticipated. How does one weigh what that is?
I mean, are you talking about the impacts of congestion, Deputy Mayor Holiday?
Yeah, I mean, I can only draw on conversations we had, like the introduction of Bloor Street bike lanes, the introduction of the King Street pilot, and then that was made permanent. And a lot of those had numbers. They were like delays, right? You know, there's a minute delay, 2 minutes delay, 3 minutes delay. Is that where we're headed with quantifying congestion? Or are you looking at those type of things? You come back to council and say, you know, cafes on this street are okay because the delay is only so many minutes.
I mean, we're going to be doing some traffic impact analysis studies. We're going to be doing some modeling, which is the kind of tool that we use to try to project where we see impacts. You asked me if congestion was a technical or a political item. I think it's a little bit of both, quite frankly. We do track minutes of delay because I think people want to understand what impacts are. We also track impacts on parallel corridors because people get concerned about infiltration. And at the same time, we know that where we are adding other functionality like cafes or transit-only lanes, that is providing access for additional folks in the community. And so that is a balance to some of that delay. So I don't think we talk about congestion in itself necessarily as a bad thing, but certainly something that we have to actively manage.
Okay, I'm going to try to get two questions in here. One is, how far will we go with the level of construct which will be allowed on the street? Are we going to get into the territory of tents and semi-permanent structures and things that are more than a couple of tables and a curb lane and some barriers?
So we are looking to have more permanent or more physical platforms like we've seen in some areas of the city over the last 2 years, but also in other cities to demarcate that area and make it, certainly they'd be movable platforms, but we have changed our stance on canopies. And we do have some acceptable canopies that work, we think work well, that don't impact sightlines, et cetera. So we work with operators on that. And whatever we put in would have to be removed in the winter. So right now, our staff are out working in various areas of the city to remove CAFETO installations, and that would happen in future years as well.
Okay, so enclosed structures could be part of this.
Certainly within certain guidelines, we have to make sure that sight lines are maintained.
Okay, last question. Has anybody gone and done a quantifiable analysis of the revenue that the extra tables bring? Right, I know they're not all the same size, but you know, in the minimal sense, part of a lane is given to a restaurant or a cafe or a bar, and they kind of spread out. They have so many tables. Those tables are active and they create revenue. And the point I'm making here is this started out as a business relief program for restaurants that have no physical capacity to operate indoors. But it will eventually translate to a feature where certain restaurants will have some extra GFA, and there's value in that. And it's only certain restaurants. And so we need to think about, as a city, you know, how do we capitalize on that real estate, or should we? I mean, I don't know, political questions, but are we doing that quantifiable analysis to figure out what the extra is for the restaurants that will benefit from this in the long term in a permanent sense, when we're no longer about relief?
That was your last question.
So through the speaker, Deputy Mayor, I can tell you that John Carew from Tabia has been studying the economic benefits of the Cafe TO program, and one of his supplemental presentation pieces was included in an executive briefing that he did to committee pre-council. So there is an understanding, or beginning to be an understanding, of the economic impacts, yes.
Thank you. Councillor Baila, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just one really quick question with regards to the process to apply for a permanent patio. How are we gonna continue to have that on hold until we have a permanent Cafe TO program?
I can start on that one. The ones on the sidewalk, they can apply for a permanent patio if they would like to have one on a sidewalk. The curb lane is obviously much more challenging to make that permanent.
So flankage patios applications are open as of right now?
If they are on the sidewalk, yes. Or they will be in 2022.
Okay.
January 1st, sorry.
Our offices have been not getting that information. We've been saying that applications are not being accepted. So we will be accepting applications in a short period of time?
In January 1st, 2022.
Okay.
2 months from now.
Okay, that was it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes, questions?
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Speaker. My question for my friend, Mr. Grant. Carl, where are we with heaters in tents? I've had a few residents or sort of business on my ward that, you know, people are still reluctant to go inside. So trying to stretch out the fall, or now opening up early in the spring. They've got, you know, the propane heaters, and one of my businesses put a temporary furnace in there, which looked to me, but where are we with the heaters in these tents?
So that's a great question, and it's one that's addressed in the guidebook. They need to be inspected, need to be approved by the TSSA. So it's important if these companies are making investments, restaurants are making investments in these heaters, that they are getting ones that are authorized by the TSSA and are appropriate and are safe. The furnace, yeah, that sounds questionable. And
Okay, so
our colleagues in Toronto Fire would be involved in this as well.
Okay, so what's the process? Does MLS shut them down, or how does that work? Is Toronto Fire out there actively inspecting, or?
We would, if we received information on this through an inspection or a complaint, we would send the necessary staff and bring Toronto Fire if necessary. And again, we'd work towards compliance to ensure that the equipment is safe.
So you're suggesting, Carlton, if they're going to put a tent on heaters, call the TSSA and call Toronto Fire to come out and have a look at it and get their advice before you do anything?
Well, again, there's strong language and information in the guidebook, but it's always helpful to contact both those agencies to make sure that it is appropriate.
Great, those are my questions. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wasn't going to ask questions, but Councillor Holiday got me thinking. My first question is, do we know what, with the installation of all these things on the road, what the impact has been on the average journey in the city to and from work? The
through
average delay is, I'm sure it could be measured.
Yeah, through the speaker, we have some of that information in various areas of the city, but one of the things we're proposing to do this year is to be quite deliberate about the impacts. And so looking at more detail and doing some traffic impact analysis and some modeling as well before we would propose a permanent program.
So we have contracts with like Google and Waze or some other companies that can actually, we could go to them and say during the AM and PM peak periods, compared pre-pandemic to now, are there additional delays on the average journey? They could measure the average journey and say the average journey takes like 5 minutes and now it takes 6 minutes or 7 minutes. They can do things like that, right?
We do have that access, yes.
And have you asked for that data?
Yeah, we do. And in fact, we release data weekly on congestion on our travel time index. What we plan to do for the Cafe Tio installations, though, is to look quite specifically at certain corridors and do a more detailed analysis and some modeling, because as I mentioned, we want to look not only at the delay, but also the impacts to adjacent areas.
So what is the average delay?
I couldn't tell you at this time. It's different quarter to quarter and by time of day.
Well, but could you get an average for like the average journey? The average journey would be something, and then
it's similar. I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say it's the cafes on street are taking up parking spaces, right? So where there were previously parking or other on street uses, and so the impact that you might have seen, and we talked about this, I think, in the original installation of this program, where you see people doing on-street parking is one of the reasons why we have, it has an impact on overall corridor delay, and so we don't see that, although those lanes are used permanently. So there's not the opportunity to remove the peak time to be able to manage congestion with multiple lanes during the peak time. So it's a bit of a trade-off. And something that we certainly will be monitoring a little bit more closely and modeling in 2022.
Okay, and the second question that I have is because, I mean, anecdotally, most people think that, when you talk to most people, they say things are coming back and like the congestion is horrible. That's what most people say. Probably because they haven't experienced it in quite some time, but they're seeing it now. Like you go on the Don Valley Parkway, for example, and it's like, I can't believe how bad it is. It's a lot worse than it used to be. Have we ever asked or looked at what the impact this has on the economic recovery, getting people back to work, and ask, what is the impact of people not wanting to come back to work because congestion has gotten worse?
Certainly, I think regionally that's being discussed. I know the SRRA is involved in the Board of Trade also in looking at some of those broader sort of macro impacts on people coming back. I think one of the big issues that we're seeing is the lack of transit use, or the reduced amount of transit use, and people who are coming back to downtown who are not back on transit. Certainly, we're seeing an increase in other modes as well, right? So we are seeing more congestion. We're still not at pre-pandemic levels. We're still at about 85 to 89% of pandemic levels. But certainly I agree with you that people not having to deal with that congestion for 20 months or so makes it even more significant today.
I think most people would like a confirmed whether it's actually gotten worse.
Well, we are tracking it. As I mentioned, we track it every week, and we know we're at about 85% of pre-pandemic levels. So it's not above pre-pandemic levels just yet.
So we're at 85 to 90%.
I believe it's 85%.
And this is with all these folks not coming back to work in the downtown core. We're at 85% now.
Yes, and it's about 12% occupancy, I think, is the last time I looked for downtown office core, right? So, and with a big piece of the delta being people not using transit.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lai.
Thank you, Speaker. Through you to staff, I was glad to see Councillor Ainsley's motion at committee. My question would be, what more can the city do to ensure restaurants in Scarborough will receive the same support as most of the restaurants in Scarborough are not on main streets?
Through the Speaker, Councillor Lai, thank you for We are aware that in Scarborough, there are, 4 BIAs, and we're working very closely with those BIAs to support, the return to recovery of the economy. There is a total of 1,322 businesses that are supported through BIAs. So we are planning through EDC to really amp up our support and outreach to the business community in the Scarborough area. That will have many different levers that we're going to pull to make sure that that happens. There will be continued spreading of the word. So we're definitely going to be looking at how we get the word out to businesses that they can be involved in programs like Cafe TO that will include letter drops to their businesses. And we're trying to encourage people to be aware of the program through briefings that we're doing with community as well. So we do plan to increase our engagement in the Scarborough area, working with community partners to make sure the word is getting out.
Yeah, speaking of the word being getting out, what materials are developed to support these programs with application or promotion, whether they are available in different languages, in multiple languages? A huge amount of people in my neck of the woods, actually, they don't speak English. I mean, the business owners, and I'm just wondering whether we're doing something to help those business owners, restaurant owners.
So through the speaker, thank you for your question, Councillor Lai. Certainly part of the work that we're doing is trying to focus on how we can be better at translation, as well as partnering with media outlets who do provide languages in the choice of the community being served. Certainly we have pamphlets that we have created and we do plan to distribute more broadly. We have postcards for outdoor dining that we will be making sure gets to the business owners. There is absolutely an emphasis on provided translated services, both in Chinese, Tamil, Tagalog, Farsi, Russian, and French. So we are working on improving our service offerings to really reflect the way that Toronto looks in terms of the languages that are available across the different wards.
Thank you so much for anticipating to the needs of the residents, and I really keep up with the good work. Thank you. Those are my questions, Speaker.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Okay, we'll go to speakers. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I hope that the clerk can put the motion onto the screen. My motion is fairly straightforward. It's to amend recommendation number 6 by adding that the approved cafe installations the decision will be made and that the local councillors will be informed of what's happening in the community. I asked a series of questions, and I believe Councillor Fletcher was probably experiencing the same thing that I had in my local communities, is what do you do when you have an operator that is not using the space well, or perhaps abusing the program? And we recognize that Cafe TO, and I certainly do, that Cafe TO has been a significant lifeline for many of the restaurateurs and the businesses and bars in the city during the pandemic and during the lockdown, when indoor dining was not permitted. So there was definitely a high value intervention that took place, and it happened in a timely fashion. And we couldn't have done any of that without the leadership of the mayor and those who worked with him to get it out the door, including economic development and in particular transportation services and MLS. You folks all did an exceptional job of creating this tool. But we also did see some conflicts. They weren't significant, but when they did arise, there wasn't really a mechanism that allowed us to resolve those conflicts. I raised the issue about the cafes being underutilized during the daytime. And what we experienced in many of our streets in the downtown is that the restaurants would open their doors for business in the evening, on the weekend, and Monday to Thursday, those cafe installations literally sat dormant. And at the same time, they took up very valuable public space. So the question that I want us to consider as we move forward and with Cafe TO in 2022 and 2023 is how much public space do we give up to the commercialization and to private interests. And at this point in time, while the pandemic is still before us and we don't know what's going to happen with any potential future lockdowns, I hope it doesn't, that we keep the program going. But that question does linger in my head, and I hope it does for you as well, is at some point in time, there might be a tipping point that we have to come back and look at a little bit more carefully. So I think we should keep our eye on that. We shouldn't necessarily release it altogether without some opportunities for refinement. And I know that the program is being constantly reevaluated and refined. I want to just add a final note. On behalf of the Toronto Accessibility Advisory Committee, as a chair, I have had the opportunity of hearing committee members express originally their concern with the first edition of Cafe TO as it was rolled out the very first time, and to the improvements that were made the second time after city staff heard the comments of those who required mobility devices, who were very concerned about the disruption of pedestrian walkways and the encumbrances that some of these cafe installations created for the people living with disabilities community. And the second time that Cafe Teal staff came to our committee, they had a very different response. The committee members were very pleased to see that the Cafe Teal staff, transportation staff, made the refinements that they needed to make in order to take consideration of the committee comments. And I know that the committee members were really pleased that the Cafe Teal staff continue to seek their advice and continue to implement their advice. So I want to say thank you to the staff, because although we got off on a bit of a rocky start, things gradually and then very quickly improved. And I know that that wouldn't have happened without your active listening to the committee member concerns. This is a fantastic program. It has my full endorsement with just a little bit of reservation. We'll keep on top of it. And I hope that we get to keep it for the many years to come as we continue to refine and improve it. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I was in a conversation a little while back about what the lasting legacies will be of the pandemic. And of course, there are worldwide implications, but there are also local implications. And I think one of the lasting legacies of the pandemic here in Toronto will be the Cafe TO program. And I think Mayor Tory, our economic development team, and of course, transportation deserve a lot of credit for getting this done. We were able to cut the red tape. We were able to process the applications quickly. We were able to work with store owners and get it, restaurant owners, and get it out, roll it out fast. Something the government doesn't always do very well. And it gave a good confidence in an industry that was adversely affected by the pandemic. Certainly, it was a lifeline. It was a savior for many restaurants and various eateries. But at the same time, it redefined the public realm. I think one of the most important paragraphs in this report is on page 8. And I read it in executive, and I'll quote it now. Cafe TO also represents a significant shift in the look, feel, and function of many of Toronto's main streets, increasing the vibrancy of our streetscapes and public realm, and is a notable alteration in the way the city and its residents are using and experiencing the public right-of-way, including both curbside space and the sidewalk. And I can tell you, one of the leading indicators on how this was so popular is even when it was safe to do indoor dining, people still remained in the patios. And even when the weather got a little shaky, they enjoyed eating outside. I can tell you, in the area that I represent, the pop-up of patios along Wilson Avenue, along the Wilson Village at restaurants such as Maestro's, Buzz Pizza, and Peter G's, they have redefined the streetscape along Wilson Avenue. And it's a wonderful thing, reminiscent of many sort of European villages and cities where people are outside enjoying the fresh air and enjoying the public realm. And then it went west or east over to Bathurst and Wilson, the Filipino restaurants, the Aroma at Bathurst and Wilson, of course, the coffee shops. I think when we look forward to when we see this rolled out, we'll see a vibrant restaurant industry. We'll see a more vibrant public realm, and I think we'll see the ability of government to learn the ways of cutting red tape, of cutting paperwork, and making things work for small business. And I think those are important legacies for this initiative. So I'd like to thank staff once again, Mayor Tory, our economic development team, and of course, transportation for pulling this all together. We look forward to seeing it rolled out again in 2022. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a lot of concerns with this program, and I'm even more concerned after some of the answers to my questions. We don't really know what the effects on congestion are going to be. It sounds like we're going to put the program forward and see what happens over the course of 2022, and there's risks in doing that. Councillor Pasternak talked about some of the legacy. Some of the legacy that I'm hearing about is the addition of bike lanes and the closure of curb lanes that were put in on a temporary basis and are becoming permanent. I don't think everyone's happy about that. I think if you're out in the suburbs, those represent barriers to getting into the city to enjoy it. And that is one of maybe the unintended consequences of changing our roads around, is that people will just simply pass. They'll say, no thanks, not worth the fight to get into the city. Anyone that goes in knows that congestion is occurring through this later stages of the pandemic at all hours of the day. It used to be just rush hour. Now it's difficult all the time. That's what I've experienced. That's what I hear. I think one of the frustrating things is, and I voted for this program so far. I have. I thought it was wonderful that we were able to act quickly. We were able to provide relief to restaurants who had no place to put their patrons because of the restrictions indoors. And the streets were underutilized. There was no traffic at the start. That's changing now. And I wonder if the time has come for this program. And so I am very worried about next year. I am worried about that we're at 85% and maybe we'll be at 120% by this time next year in terms of congestion, because I don't think people are returning to the TTC. I think they are relying on their vehicles to get in and out of the city. And I worry if there isn't a backfire effect on this. Much of this report talks about curbside cafes. Those are the ones that I have to say the most about. Look, we've done some innovations on sidewalks and flanks. I think that's great. I don't have a lot of concerns about continuing to evolve our policies on that. I wish everyone well on that journey, but I have to say this part about this. I think this is a city issue. It affects different parts of the cities differently, and I'm speaking on behalf of my residents in the suburbs that need to be able to move around. And I don't fault the businesses for saying this is great. Of course, who would not want some extra square feet or some extra tables for their restaurant? And the one final thought I would leave is, as we think about public policy on this, these are public lands. They are public sidewalks. They are parks. That is, of course, that is an element of what is proposed right here. They are sidewalks, and they belong to the public, and they are being monetized by businesses. Not entirely a bad thing, but I think we owe it to ourselves to take a look at what the value is to those and recover that for the city. And that is not only fair to all the citizens, but also all the businesses, because not every business has access to extra square feet because of their location or the way they're configured. So if council makes this a long-term program and is no longer about pandemic relief, it's about creating space for businesses, I think we should be paying attention to what the value of that space is and recovering it appropriately on behalf of the taxpayers and ensuring it is fair. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford to speak. Councillor Bradford. We'll go back to Councillor Bradford later. Councillor Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. I think we're at a remarkable moment in the history of the City of Toronto. We have found the silver lining in the pandemic and found a way to reimagine what our high streets or business streets are for and how they function. It's a transition that we could never have achieved without the pandemic, frankly. But like I said, it's the silver lining. It's not finding an opportunity in a calamitous moment to make a positive change. I wanted to speak briefly about this argument that two of the deputy mayors seem to be putting forward, that somehow it's creating congestion and congestion is a problem. That's a very outdated way of thinking. Congestion is not a problem to be solved. It's a success to be celebrated. Which city do you want? Do you want a city where the streets are clogged with activity, where the attractions of our main streets are so great that everyone wants to be there? Or do you want our main streets to have tumbleweed blowing down them with the odd car traveling through 100 kilometers an hour? It's the choice about what kind of city you want. And, you know, I, for one, believe that part of our job is to make places that people are attracted to, that fill up, and that, yes, are congested. Such a better outcome than having places that nobody wants to be and you can drive as fast as you want. I just thought it was important to put that on the record.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford? Councillor Bradford? Okay. Councillor Fletcher?
Thanks, Speaker. I do have some motions that, based on the questions that I had there. We just want to make sure that we still have the ability to give advice on locations, because we do know things and it would be helpful. So we're not starting to dig around once it all happens. Having that many patios, I think 74, and if most of them are fine and sometimes they're not, we don't like to get caught off guard. And then the second is we'd just like to know how many patios by ward, send that to community council. And third is to let us know, councillors by ward, the locations and where the complaints came in, so that we're not having to go and figure all that out ourselves. So we have a good sense of what went on in the summer. And lastly, one of the things that this does is it completely removes the control of councillors and the community council around flankage patios in particular, because it's really the flankage ones that I'm most concerned about. The ones that are direct on the sidewalk, they're always available to be, staff have delegated authority for those. Cafe TO, those that are on the street, pretty well those are staff delegated authority where they can and can't go. The ones that have always, and it's very much just a Toronto and East York thing, it might be a couple of other community councils, but the bulk 95% would be Toronto and East York, where we have flankage patios in the section of a street between the main road and the laneway. And very often, based on the community, we have put conditions on there. They've been appealed, and we have some control over the operations. And this is now, through this program, we did reject that previously, that we would turn over no polling, nothing, just let MLS decide where patios are going to go in the flankage. Council actually turned that down, and community council turned that down. So now it's back up inside this report. And I have to tell you, I am quite concerned about that, because there's nothing worse than having a site that has everybody fussed up in the neighborhood, and then you have to start at zero. A proactive way to manage difficult flankages is by having conditions on them to start. And I have to insist that, please, council, let us continue what has been very successful in managing difficult situations, so that If the obligations aren't being met, perhaps there's not a liquor license, there's many different things. And I have been a strong advocate of the Cafe TO program. I have the first year, the most number of street patios, year two, the second, the third largest number, everybody got on board, and a whole number of flankage patios that were approved because of the pandemic. But we have had a very careful and precise way that we deal with flankage patios. And I just am asking for support that we can hear if we need to change something or we need to have another step in the process prior to that delegated authority being exercised, that it would be exercised with the conditions that are required. And we could, I know that nobody is trying to make more work for councillors. You think you're making less work, but when a problem arises, it will now be more work. And for those of you who don't have patio, a lot of flankages, and I think it doesn't exist in most other parts of the city. We've heard about the strip malls and everything. I'm totally in support of them being able to put dining outside and animate those spaces and make them beautiful. Then we really do need this. I'll just give you an example of a neighborhood patio where young women in the neighborhood were being catcalled. There were sexual remarks being called out to them by patrons who were on a patio that turned out not to actually be licensed. And we put conditions on transfers. We put conditions on many things. Now, perhaps MLS thinks that it's going to be easier to do it because you won't have to go back and have as many staff. But it's not easier for the community. We're here as council to represent everybody, business owners, neighbors, and finding the sweet spot where
10 seconds.
Always, thank you. Finding the sweet spot is what it's all about. We have a good process. Let's not throw it all out. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. Councillor McKelvey, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Hi, Councillor Fletcher. And I appreciate the concerns that you just raised, especially ones you knew were problematic. But your number one, you're suggesting a conversation on a license by license basis? Like, would it be possible to have like a sit down debrief on all the complaints you've heard this year and have a brainstorming session on, where they might come next year, as opposed to doing them on every one off? Because I think the idea was, we have hundreds of these, and going through that, restaurant by restaurant could be problematic. But do you see that like a debrief of the data from last year, a debrief of what you heard, having that conversation kind of in advance of opening up the permit process? Could that, like, why restaurant by restaurant? I'm just worried about the.
No, I want to have, as you can see, I want to know by ward where the complaints were. I mean, did someplace have 5 complaints? I don't know. That's an important information. I don't know how many flankage patios. I'm really looking at flankage, and I think that the staff, of course, know what the complaint. I'd also like to know what the complaints were on the street. If there were abusive operators, which I understand sometimes staff were highly abused, I'd like to understand that too. That's on what went on. That's a briefing for councillors of all of that. But if there's new ones and rollouts for flankage patios in particular, that's what I want to know about, because we have a process, which I'm sure you're not familiar with because you don't have it, where flankage patios have a very precise process to be approved because they're right on the residential street. They're right beside someone's home. And that is a process that I think this needs to honor in some way. So I don't have a problem looking at that.
So number one isn't specific to flankage, though.
I'm happy to put flankage in there. If you'd like to put flankage patios, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay. Because I think it's a specific circumstance, and whereas I do think there's great merit in getting all the information from last year, whether it be from the councillors, from the MLS, looking at everything across the
I should be clear. Let's just put
then
flankage. I'll ask staff to amend that with flankage, and then I think we're good.
Okay. And then the last point about number 4 in the community councils, like, are you proposing like have a look at this for 2023, or is this for 2022, or this is like, so I
just want to get a report back on how we're going to do this once we pass this, because I think it's taking away the power of community councils, and I don't want to completely eliminate that for flankage patios.
And number 4 is also
Yeah,
specific
it's
to
also
flankage also?
flankage
Okay,
patios.
that was your last question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
We'll put flankage in there, we'll be good.
Councillor Bradford.
Yeah, thanks very much, Madam Speaker, and apologies to everyone. I was having WebEx issues, wasn't able to come on at the moment there. But happy to speak now if I can, and just very briefly, some comments in support of this program. It's been a long journey to get here, and I know that this has continually been refined over the past couple seasons, and a lot of great work through the committee process. So thanks to all of my colleagues here, and the mayor and the deputy mayors who were instrumental in bringing this back to fruition and continuing the program going forward. I think when we reflect on Cafe TO, you know, there was a specific turbulence to the time of the pandemic. Small businesses and VIAs in particular were tasked not just with keeping their livelihoods afloat, but with navigating a often changing bureaucracy of restrictions and guidelines to keep their staff and the community safe. And, you know, the Mayor's Economic Support and Recovery Task Force was really instrumental in bringing folks together, people who were on the ground trying to work through all of this and navigate those turbulent waters. And it was a really important table to have. And I think those conversations have really provided us good insights in how to build programs like Cafe TO, and of course, tweak and refine them to respond to the challenges that folks were experiencing on the ground. When Cafe TO first launched, it was critical because it provided an essential pathway to revenue for all those bars and restaurants that had been shut down by the regulations. But I would suggest, as others have, this program has become much more than a pandemic response. It has shown us the best of what government can be. It has shown and spoken to the aspirations of our city when we think about having vibrant and animated and safe main streets where people want to gather, people want to spend their time. That is what Cafe TO brings to our main streets. And while the program, you know, has room to improve, and we're going through that iterative process now, the fact that we were able to move at pandemic speed to put this program in place really is a remarkable accomplishment. If you rewind to even 3 years ago, just prior to March of 2020, and contemplate what this program would look like, how we would build that in Toronto, we would be mired with bureaucracy and rules and regulations and divisional silos that would make something like that almost impossible to achieve. We were at a point where we needed to reflect, where we needed to take stock of the situation brought on by COVID-19 and look to jurisdictions around the world. And I think we saw some of those aspirational responses, some of those programs that were made in the moment, and we were able to build that here in Toronto. And of course, tip of the cap to Barbara Gray and her entire team leading on this work, but also recognizing that, you know, it was a cross-divisional effort in the very, very best way, the type that we always hope, you know, as folks who have worked on the staff side, or all of us who work with Team Toronto here, you always hope and aspire to break down those silos and work across divisions. But this one really demonstrates that we can do it. And that's city planning coming together. That's MLS. That's our bylaw folks. That's public health. That's everybody who had their hands on this, shaping it to the success that it is today. So, you know, I think that moving this forward, ensuring that we have it for another season, making sure that we're providing pathways to revenue, making sure that we're providing opportunities for those neighbors who have consciously and enthusiastically embraced the idea of shopping local. That's fantastic, because it has been transformative. It's certainly been beautiful to see across the East End and in my travels across the city. I want to see more of it. And coupled with the small business tax class item that we had adopted yesterday, City of Toronto is demonstrating that we can step up, lock in this sort of infrastructure that will keep mom and pop shops moving through recovery and a positive reality for years to come. So thanks again to colleagues, staff, and all the Torontonians who played a leadership role in getting this going. With the winter season ahead, I think it's a bright light to think about. We'll see many of you back on patios in 2022. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to speak in support and following up on what Councillor Bradford has indicated with respect to his support for the program, and certainly thank him as well for his contribution and others. But clearly want to thank Barbara Gray, Economic Development, MLS, and others. And of course, we want to thank the leadership of the mayor. Speaker, I understand the need to ensure that we provide local input and information that in many instances only councillors could actually bring forward through their knowledge of their own community in collaboration and working with staff. The Cafe TO program has been certainly a very welcome program by those who have not only participated, but the businesses who, as you heard from Councillor Bradford and others and so on, who were obviously suffering greatly through the pandemic, and some they're still suffering to a large degree. The Cafe TO program generated in excess of $200 million of revenues. It created employment. It created opportunities for businesses, obviously, that we all want to endorse and support. There had been a lot of consultation that had gone through the process in terms of with the BIAs, the local communities, and Tabby and John Carew as well. I want to thank him for his leadership on this. You know, we have in excess of, 5,600 kilometers of roadway surface roadway in the city of Toronto. And Ms. Gray can correct me, but I think my memory serves me correctly. I think we probably are using maybe 12 kilometers at the most for Cafe TO, if that. And so I realize that the balance of interest, which is something that is, of course, top of mind for all of us as councillors, because when we make decisions one way, it affects others in another way and so on. And so it's extremely important in terms of recognition. I understand the need to ensure that traffic flow and so on, and every effort is actually being done in order to ensure that that occurs in the city of Toronto. But because we are obviously facing these difficult times of the pandemic, we had to adjust, and part of the adjustment required us to do things differently. Now, this isn't unique to Toronto. I've spoken with my colleagues in Chicago and other areas. They themselves found that they were in a similar predicament where they needed to be innovative, needed to do things that created opportunity, brought people out, obviously, in the outdoor, which is basically where people could go in a safe manner and so on. And so I think that what we need to do is to certainly celebrate our achievement. And going forward, obviously, we're also looking at winterizing the program, and that work is actually being done. I know that Ms. Blackman and her team from Economic Development and certainly Ms. Gray and everyone else is looking at those elements as well. So I really think that we really ought to celebrate this and not use this as a divide to suggest that, yes, there are some impediments, and yes, there's some adjustment, and yes, there'll be some elements where drivers will have to make some adjustment because the lane has been blocked and so on. But I think that there's great appetite and great interest to ensure that we do more, we become more creative, we become more innovative, and we have done so. We can do better, certainly, and that's part of that process going forward. And to look at making this permanent, I know the mayor has talked about the permanent structures and so on, and how those can be implemented in a way that makes it very environmentally friendly, from sort of a look and feel in communities and so on that would be accepting. And so I think what we want to understand is that as we move forward in terms of balancing interests, the recognition is that this is something that we needed to do. It was done. And yes, there are fine tuning that has to take place, which is part of that process that is the staff are looking at and so on. So I think we need to celebrate this and ensure that in terms of balancing interests, that we make the right decision. And the right decision is helping businesses to create jobs, create employment, and at the same time, to create that sense of community, which for many, in terms of the conversation I've had with people who said, look, the Cafe TO program has brought an opportunity for us to come out in a safe way, and we've done that. So I ask members to certainly endorse what we have. I know that I may have some challenges with some of the items that is in the motion that Councillor Fletcher's put forward.
10 seconds.
But nonetheless, I'll deal with that. Hopefully we can perhaps deal with those individually as we vote on them. So thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll to speak.
Madam Speaker, I'm not going to move a motion about this, but I hope that when the Director of Transportation is giving consideration to the items in number 1 that we've asked her to look at, that are largely based on considering impacts as we extend this program, that we give consideration not just today, but where we're going. Where we're going is growth. We're growing. And you know, with all due respect to those who call me about driving downtown, and to some of the experiences that some of my colleagues have spoken to, we actually need to reduce the number of trips downtown. I drive downtown every day, and over time, as this city gets to 4 million, I'm going to have to change my behavior. We actually need to reduce the trips downtown if we're going to continue along the lines. We all approve buildings again and again. So we all agree that people should live downtown, that there should be economic development in the financial service sector down here, and that Chief Bijal beside them should be residents. And so we're making a highly densified, livable downtown, the kind of thing that has existed for hundreds of years in London and Paris, New York, and carry on. All places with robust street cafe scenes, and all places that have addressed how do we reduce the trips downtown. I would submit that the biggest challenge we face right now in transportation downtown is not cafes, it's that we haven't seen people return to transit post-pandemic, and we may have to incentivize that to make it happen. You know, in London, England, over 40% of people who are Londoners living inside the congestion charged central zone own cars, but less than 29% of them use those cars to go to work. Across all of London, if you go outside of the congestion zone, in a city that's grown by 18% in the last 12 years, 37% of people own cars, and 29% of them use those cars to get to work, because they've acknowledged that, well, yeah, people are going to own cars. We need to make it attractive to them to use transit to get around if we're going to have a livable city. And they do have a livable city, because in fact, if you look inside the congestion zone, the cars that are owned inside the congestion zone in London, where most of the street cafes are, studies have shown that they stay in their garages 95% of the time. That's from a study that was completed in 2019, before the pandemic began, because they had to address the growth in their city, and particularly in the core. So there are recommendations in the CAFE ATO proposal that look at how do we make sure we see good compliance with our guidelines? How do we make sure we have good behavior from the patrons? How do we make sure that it's still livable? And how do we mitigate the impacts of traffic? But I hope that the general manager understands that I'm not looking to eliminate the impact on traffic. We got to mitigate it. We got to make sure a Wheel-Trans vehicle can get near a curb and drop somebody off. We've got to make sure that we got to make sure that a car that does want to drop off its patrons and then go find a parking spot can do so without bringing everything to a halt. We want to make sure that all those things are possible. But ultimately, I hope that the growth of the city that is contained in the provincial policy about places to grow means that our general manager is looking at ways to really start to look at how we reduce the number of trips downtown, where we can't create any more road capacity, but we can incentivize trips for hire in cars, because those are a little easier to manage, where we can incentivize the use of transit. And the private cars begin to look at really the better ways if I park outside the core and use transit and cars for hire to get around the downtown. That's what's happening in cities whose populations exceed 3 million all over the world. That's how they make it livable. And I think we have to help people wrap their head around that. And my bad, I'm one of the people who will have to
10
wrap their head around
seconds.
it. One day I'll be leaving my car at home. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey to speak. I believe you have a motion, Councillor McKelvey?
Correct. I just have an amendment to a motion that I passed at executive, just moving that the report back be moved to Q1 2022 instead of the next executive meeting, so staff have more time. The motion that I asked for just kind of pointed out, similar to what you've heard from other suburban councillors, that we don't have Cafe Tio in the same sense in our communities. If you look through the data, it says there's no Cafe Tio in my community. This year, that was not true. There was 6, but they were on private property, and we don't have a way of capturing that data. The restaurants on private property also aren't receiving any sort of support. The ones in the right of way, we're paying to shut down right away. We're having parking losses, etc. But we're not really devoting the same type of financial effort towards our restaurants in other parts of the city. So the motion that was before the executive and slightly amended today on the report back is asking to specifically see what more can we do for restaurants on private property. What is the plan for Plaza Pops? It sounds exciting. Where are they going to be? How can we really use that to bolster our restaurants in our strip plazas, for example? And what does the general promotional package across the city next year look like? We've normally had Summerlicious, Winterlicious. Are these continuing? How are those supporting the suburbs? So it's just kind of some broader information that I look forward to hearing about in Q1 2022. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
Yes, I was inspired by listening to some of my colleagues, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Bradford, about this revolution that took place during COVID, where, God forbid, we put tables and chairs on our streets. Wow, and the world didn't end. People actually sat on the street and had a beer and had a pizza and had a souvlaki. Wow, that was incredible. And again, the city came to life. And, as a lifelong runner, street runner, I have never seen Toronto so lively despite the pandemic. Whether it was on Bloor or whether it was on St. Clair, on Ossington, Councillor McKelvey, you should take a trip to Ossington one night. If you want to see Paris in Toronto, just go down Ossington, south of Dundas, down to Queen. It is alive with cafes, young people, old people, incredible humanity, of wonderful animation that takes place on our streets. And Cafe Tio has really been the light in this dark time of the COVID. It really was a wonderful invention that I want to really commend staff for putting together so rapidly, as many have said, and so adept at doing it, considering the challenges that there were. But it was, people can whine and complain about what it did to traffic and what it did to this and that. The reality is, it kept businesses alive. It kept people working. And God forbid we should do that. And we did it without handing out millions of dollars. We did it by basically allowing our restaurants and bars and coffee shops to do what they're good at, and that is serving people, hosting people. And we enabled that, and that's the way the city should function. And, and Councillor Carroll made me think about taking cars downtown and driving and everywhere. Well, it was such a beautiful day today. I walked to City Hall, okay? And I walked down Bathurst, St. Clair, down to Bloor, down Spadina. The sad thing is, I think in my 1 hour walk, I must have run into 20 people. Where are all the people? What are they doing? There was hardly any cars on the road either. I mean, that's the scary thing is there's hardly any cars. There were, the usual traffic, bumper to bumper stuff at some intersection, but hardly any cars, nobody walking, 20 people in an hour walk. That is scary. That is not the Toronto I know. So whatever we can do to get people on our main streets, whether it be on a bike or walking, God forbid, is better for the health of all of us and better for the economic health of the city. Because if we just allow our main streets to be drive-through main streets, like in Hamilton when they did all the one-way streets, they destroyed downtown Hamilton because people just drove through Hamilton because they want to speed up traffic. We don't want that here. We want people to actually stop, savor our main streets. We've got incredible main streets. I mean, is there a better street in Canada than the Danforth on a Saturday night, Friday night? I don't think so. So we've got the luxury of all these, Bloor, the Kingsway. We've got so many incredible places for people to visit where they can take their choice. I mean, in Councillor Bailau's ward there are now 125 restaurants and bars between Christie and Lansdowne. If you want to see the world, if you want to eat octopus or you want to eat samosas, whatever you want to eat, at a very good price, take your pick. There's a whole new Mexican village, Latino village there along St. Clair opening up. Wow, you don't have to, get out of Canada. You don't have to leave Toronto.
10 seconds.
And take a walk on Ossington or St. Clair. See the world.
Thank you. Councillor Lai to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd just like to speak briefly to support the Cafe Teal program. And I've heard a lot from my council colleagues, and I'd like to thank staff for doing a great job to overcome so many of these challenges, and the councillor who are in support of this program so that it'll take us to what it is today. And it's a very innovative way of creating economic development. And as a member of the Economic Development Committee, I really commend and I really support, because economic growth is key to recovery for after the pandemic. Although this is not going to be affecting my ward, and that's why I asked the question is what we can do in the suburbs when our residents are asking us. I don't really want to take the trip to downtown anymore. Most of us, I myself, other than I have to go downtown to City Hall, I seldom go downtown, but I know that is a very vibrant city downtown. If we need to have that kind of the cafe, just like any big cities in the world. So I really wanted to say that, when my residents come to me and ask me, we're going to reduce the trip to downtown, but what do we get in the suburbs? And that's why I've been asking questions. And I take comfort in the staff, economic development staff, answering my questions, that they are doing all they can, a lot more, to help the suburb business restaurant owners to do the same as what they can do in some form of a Cafe Teal program. Because it's very, very important that we will level the playing field and make sure that when residents come to ask me that they are afraid of the traffic to go downtown, there's no place to park, and all those challenges, and I can tell them that we can actually enjoy the same at our neck of the woods, so we don't have to really go to downtown. So I think it's very important that we make it a level playing field and try our best to serve the people and serve the restaurant owners in the suburb as well. Thank you. And having said that, I will be supporting the recommendation today. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. That seems like that's the last on the list. Mayor Tory, last speaker.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And can I begin, as I try to do all the time, by saying thank you to colleagues. In this case, everybody, I think, has been a contributor to the success of this program. But in particular, I want to just say thanks to Councillor McKelvey and to Deputy Mayor Thompson, and of course to staff. I think without the staff of transportation, MLS, economic development, I mean, this thing wouldn't have happened in the successful way that it has in the circumstances that it did. And you know, it's one of those things that has been mentioned a couple of times. It was born out of necessity, I guess you could call it, out of crisis, both in terms of business and the needs that they had because they couldn't have indoor dining and were closed for so long and so on, but also the needs of people, I think, to be able to be out and about in a circumstance where they couldn't go to restaurants indoors and other kinds of places like that this program really made a difference. And I think it did. I mean, I take the remarks of Councillor Cole and adopt them, I think, virtually holus bolus, and same with some of the other speakers. But, you know, this saved businesses. It saved a lot of businesses. And when we look at it, you know, I think I try to look at all things this way, and I try to also end up, you know, in a situation where I'm trying to balance the interests and balance the you know, the different opinions that exist with respect to this kind of program and the different needs that exist from different constituencies. Yes, including people who go around in cars, but also including the businesses, including the neighborhoods, including the overall look and feel of the city, including our climate change objectives. You know, there's a whole host of things you have to look at. And I think when you look at these things, if you look at the balancing act as it relates to economic vitality, you would strongly favor continuing with this program. And I don't hear anybody really saying, except maybe one, that we shouldn't continue with it. But, you know, this is not just a short-term need. And if you have to look at the economic vitality from the standpoint both of the vitality and survival of individual businesses and the collective well-being of our main streets and other streets that were so damaged by the pandemic. And I think that if you look at it from that perspective, not only would you conclude you would continue with this program, and Tabia does indeed have some very compelling figures with respect to some of the very specific revenues, very high percentages of revenues produced overall were produced by these patios. And I think that if you take into account the reality that many of these businesses are going to be digging out for quite some time from the effects of the pandemic, if you think about for how long they were closed and even with all the subsidies they got and so on, then I think economic vitality, you put a tick mark beside the continuation of this program. If you look at the look and feel of the city, lots of people have spoken to that tonight. I'm so thrilled and so proud of how the city has looked, and it's something that, you know, and that includes the curb patios, it includes all of them. And I think the description, again, that Councillor Cole gave of Ossington, there are street after street after street, Yonge Street, other streets that you go down, they all look that way. I think we have some work to do on some of the qualities of the installations, and I think that's part of what the staff are looking at doing going forward. If you looked at safety, I don't think there's any question but that in some cases where we accompany the this program with curbside bike lanes and so on that were protected, you improved safety, and I think you also maintain the safety of both drivers and patrons, obviously, of these Cafe TO. And then you come to traffic. And I guess, you know, this is one where it is just not going to be possible for us to do what we have to do. And this is where some of Councillor Carroll's comments and others that commented on the way through have to be taken into account. We simply can't, as a city, with the growth that's projected, with the climate change objectives that we have as a city, with the changing ways in which people get around, we simply cannot say that we are going to have the status quo maintained, and with the status quo objective being, as some would suggest, that it's supposed to be a throughfare for people to get downtown. You know, we've invested hundreds of millions of dollars in Union Station. Why did we do that? We did that so that many more people could use that as a transportation terminus to take the GO train or the subway to go to a Blue Jays game. So that the Gardiner Expressway wouldn't be, or other streets, needed as much by people who wouldn't feel the need to bring their car, at least from the 416. You know, the 905 and people who come from far away, it's a different story, but even they, I think, can use the transit. We're investing collectively with the province and the feds, $30 billion building transit. And the whole idea is to say that as we grow, people are going to change their habits. And you know, we need to do that as a matter of the economy, as a matter of the health of neighborhoods, as a matter of our climate change objectives. So we've got to do that. And so I just think that we have to, you know, I sort of see myself very much seized of the need to re-examine the use of this public space, and I'll come to that in a final comment that Councillor Holiday, Deputy Mayor Holiday referred to, between one storefront and another, or one building front and another, and how we allocate that public space, and that's going to be changing, and we have to keep changing it with a view. Yes, I find myself in the middle on this. There are those on our very council who would have every street subject to bike lanes and curbs being taken out and obstructions, frankly, being placed in the way of delivery trucks, transit vehicles, and cars, because it isn't just cars. There are others who would say, don't change anything. And I find myself in between. We've got to keep moving forward on this for a whole bunch of reasons that I've tried to enumerate. Last comment I'll make, Speaker, and I thank you for letting me do this, is on Councillor Holiday's point about the monetization of public space. There could be no better place for us to contribute right now to the well-being of these businesses. We've got some work to do to make sure suburban businesses benefit, restaurants and so on, but there could be no better way we can do it. We don't have a lot of other ways we can do this, because we don't have the money available to us or the means to hand out money to these people, nor should we necessarily be doing that. So we're doing it this way, and I think that we can examine down the road the monetization of the public space, but for now, this is a great way for us to make sure economic vitality is maintained. A great city, of which we are one, a great global city, of which we are one, makes these kinds of changes. I am proud of the record that I've had. We'll have a chance to consult the people in due course about whether that middle course we're following, which is continuing to move ahead, but without being, too sort of radical in terms of how we do these things, meets with the satisfaction of the people. I think it does. I think they like what they saw. They like what they experienced. We'll keep an eye on all the data in terms of the traffic and things like that. But I think we're on the right course here, and we should approve this today. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll put the motions on the screen. Okay, motion number 1 by Councillor Wong Tam. All in favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Motion 3 by Councillor McKelvey. All in favor? All in favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Okay, motion number 2 by Councillor Fletcher. Okay, as revised, all in favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. On the item.
Madam Speaker,
Yes?
may I have a recorded vote on 1 through 9 and 11?
Okay. Recorded vote on 1 to 9 and 11. Okay, Councillor Holiday, item 6, we voted on as amended. So what we can do is we can split, we can vote on 1 to 5, 7 to 9, and then 11. So 1 to 5, we'll put it on the screen, recorded vote.
That's fine, thank you.
Councillor McKelvey, are you able to vote in CMP, please? Okay, parts 1 to 5 carry. The vote is 22-2.
Okay, our next is 7 to 9, recorded.
Madam Speaker,
We're in the middle of a vote, Councillor Carroll.
I'm having trouble with the vote. I'm sorry, I had to turn off the volume for a second because of, I was getting a briefing. And I don't see the motion we're voting on. Is there a technological difficulty? Is that why?
We're voting on item recommendation 7 to 9.
Okay, thank you. Thanks very much.
Part 7 to 9 carries. The vote is 22-2.
Okay, the next one is item number 11.
Part 11 carries. The vote is 22-2.
Okay, the balance of the item, recorded vote, as amended.
The item is amended carries. The vote is 24 in favor.
Thank you. Okay, so we will now go to top of the page. Councillor Perks, your two items, EX 27.2 and GL 26.6 that we've combined earlier this morning. So we're going to be on those two items, and we'll open it up for questions.
Speaker, If I can just confirm, I have sent motions on both of the items to the clerks. I've heard back that they've got one, but I haven't heard that they got the GL related motion. I just want to make sure they have that before we start the item.
Okay, just a sec. We have it, we're just going to review it, but Councillor Perks, we'll open it up for questions first. Do we have questions?
Okay, sure. And if I could just ask staff, I'm happy for them to circulate the motions now. Okay, so I have questions to the city manager.
Okay, just one sec, please, Councillor Perks. We need to open up the portal. Okay, you can start. Councillor Perks, questions.
Thank you. To the city manager. So we have two reports in front of us. They both come from the debate we had over Pay It, where some issues around how procurement, closed procurements worked. In terms of the executive committee report, it reviewed whether we should consider an idea that they have in Montreal, which is to have an inspector general. I just want to make sure I understand the report we've got in front of us. So the report says several things. It says first that none of the current accountability officers have in their mandate the kind of thing that an inspector general would do. Am I understanding that correctly?
Through the speaker, that's correct.
Okay. And secondly, it says that while some initial research was done into the role of an inspector general, it would take more research to know whether that would fit inside the City of Toronto procurement model. Did I understand that correctly?
Through the speaker, I believe that's correct, but through this, I also want to mention that in terms of there being any gaps in what the AOs or accountability officers mandates are, they didn't believe that there were gaps, but we did, to your point, say that if directed, more work could be done.
Okay. I will be putting a motion to ask you to do that extra work within the next 6 months or so. Is that something you can accommodate?
I'm going to ask Meg Shields because it's her workload. So Meg, if you can answer that question, please.
Good morning. Yes. Thank you, Councillor, for the question. I think we could accommodate that if directed by Council. There are already some considerations identified in the report of things we could look at. And of course, we would look at other jurisdictions as well.
Thank you very much. Moving along to the second report, at the same meeting, we asked staff to consider whether we should adopt the open contracting global principles. If I've understood this report, it says that by and large we conform. There are some areas of difference. If I understand that correctly?
If I can, Mike Pachak, if you could just respond, please.
Through the speaker, that's correct, Councillor Perks.
Okay, and further, it mentions that there's a regular review of the purchasing bylaws embedded in the municipal code, and that it's your intention to review them and propose any necessary changes Q3 next year. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Our next review is for next year, yes.
If I were to move a motion which said in that report, could you, as you've done here, put a little table or some other information that shows how any changes or proposed changes would conform to those principles? Is that work you could do?
Yes, we could do that.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions, Speaker.
Thank you. Do we have any further questions on the two items? We're dealing with the two items at the same time before we go to speakers. Okay, I don't see any other questions, so we will go to speakers. Councillor Perks.
Speaker, as I mentioned in my questioning, I have two motions. The first is that City Council direct the Chief Procurement Officer to include a review of how the proposed purchasing policies conform to open contracting global principles in the report on the procurement bylaw that is anticipated in the third quarter of 2022. And my other motion, which had to do with the EX item, that City Council direct the city manager to conduct a further review of the potential for an inspector general for the City of Toronto using the considerations described in the report October 13, 2021 from the city manager and report to the June 8, 2022 Executive Committee. So what I'm trying to achieve here, Speaker, with these two motions is to make sure that we never again get in the kind of box we got over Pay It. When the Pay It report came, the first report, you'll recall there was an awful lot of confusion about the authorities for an unsolicited contracting bid. We had deputation, the item came back to council, I believe, 3 different times. And there was a great deal of concern in the general community, but also among certain Canadian experts on procurement of technology and software. And they felt that we could have done a much better job at managing that unsolicited bid if we considered two ideas. One is the idea of joining a global standard, which is the open contracting principles that the federal government, the provincial government, and many, many Canadian municipalities have signed on to. And the second was that we look at a model of having an independent oversight body similar to our accountability officers called an inspector general, which is a common role in public services to oversee purchasing independently. If those two things had been in place, we wouldn't have had the problems with the intake of the unsolicited bid from Pay It, and we wouldn't have had the conflict that took up, I believe, 3 council meetings trying to sort out if it was done correctly. Our city staff, in my view, do an excellent job, but I think that the directions and mechanisms that council has provided to them for this kind of unsolicited bid put them in a place where there's some uncertainty and some gray areas. And I'm simply asking by these 2 motions that staff do a little bit of work to see if we could get rid of some of those gray areas, because as everyone knows, it's not just what we do in purchasing, it's what we are seen to be doing in purchasing that is important, because we have to maintain public confidence in our purchasing policies. Thank you. Those are my comments.
Thank you. We do have a question for you by Councillor Fletcher. 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Yes, could you just elaborate a little bit on the role of that Inspector General in the city? Is it a city position or on staff position? And what are they expected, what value added is there for the City of Montreal Council?
Right. So as you recall, when we were debating Pay It, there was some expertise from an entity called Open North, which was established in partnership with the federal government to assist municipalities in purchasing technology, to make sure that it was done cleanly and cost effectively and with best value to the public. During conversations with Open North, several of us met with the former director of purchasing for the City of Montreal, and he pointed out that in Montreal, they have a mechanism which is this Inspector General. And the Inspector General functions in a way similar to, say, the lobbyist registrar, in that they provide independent oversight in an office that reports directly to council and has certain powers to watch procurement. And if a problem arises, they have the authority to halt the procurement and report to council on any problems that they see, and just add a layer of independent clarity that allows city staff to work with applicants and have somebody independent of that process oversee it and provide guarantees about fair and effective purchasing, and provides clarity to the public that everything's being done above board.
And that is not an accountability officer. Is there a reason why the Auditor General can't look at procurement? Does she not always look at procurement?
If you look, the report that we have in front of us from city staff goes through the different mandates of all of our accountability officers. And while there are many areas that they are able to manage, the lobbyist registrar manages some things related here, the Auditor General manages some things related here. The Auditor General comes in after the problem. Right?
I see. So this is
yeah.
ahead of time in order to make sure the Auditor General doesn't have to come in.
Right. So yeah,
okay.
effectively,
Okay.
you know, this
Thank you.
does two things. First of all, it will lighten the Auditor General's workload, but secondly, it prevents the problem. It prevents the loss of public money and public confidence, rather than trying to go and investigate it after the fact.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday has a question for you as well. 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Speaker. And I think just following on what Councillor Fletcher just asked about was just, are there any areas of overlap with an Inspector General and one of our accountability officers that could create a problem, right? Good governance. We want to make separated duties clear.
Absolutely, absolutely. I agree. And if you look at the staff report, it's a fairly quick review of that issue. It doesn't signal any explicit conflict, but it does say explicitly and clearly in the report, this is a quick and dirty review. We would need more time to be able to tease out the kind of issue that you're talking about, Councillor Holliday. And if staff come back and say, no, you would create overlapping jurisdictions and conflict, I'd be quite happy to sit down and forget about it. But I would like them to do the extra work. And in fact, you know, it's something of a signal in a staff report when they say, we did a bit of a review here, but there are questions we'd like to investigate further. I always take that as an indication that, yeah, we should go ahead and do that extra work.
Okay. And is your understanding from your conversations with others about the Inspector General that their work ends once the procurement is finished? Like, do they get into the contract management component?
No,
because that's something that's been before council.
No, my understanding is they strictly look at the procurement process and the terms of a procurement. The actual contract management, as it always has been, is something that our staff do, and which already has oversight. But
thank you.
My understanding could be wrong. I'm not, you know, a global expert in these things. I've just done a little bit of research, and like the staff, I think we're in a position where we need to know more before we proceed with deciding yes or no. And that's what my motion does. It says, do the extra research, give us a more detailed review of how this might or might not fit. And I think we'd all benefit from that review.
Thank you.
You're quite welcome.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any further speakers? No, okay. So we'll put the motions on the screen first for EX 27.2 by Councillor Perks. On the amendment, it's on the screen. All in favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Item as amended, all in favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. Our next one is.
Could we have a vote on, sorry, could we have a vote on this Inspector General, a recorded vote?
Okay, well, we just voted on it, so you want to reopen it?
I know, but A request to do it recording is always in order, even after a hand
No.
vote is taken.
Okay, let's have a recorded vote. On the item or the motion? Hello, on the item or the motion?
The motions.
Okay, who am I? Okay, we have to,
Oh, it's Councillor Pasternak.
who am I speaking to? Councillor Pasternak? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Grimes moves to reopen. Grimes moves to reopen.
Okay, but in the future, if you can kind of let me know in advance before we take the vote that you want a recorded vote? Okay, we'll reopen it.
Madam Speaker, on
Yeah.
a point of order.
Yes, Councillor Carroll?
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, I would concur with Councillor Grimes. It's customary when the vote is fully taken, it's a reopening. And I wonder if clerks could advise if we shouldn't entertain Councillor Grimes' motion and vote on whether or not to reopen.
It is a reopening, so that's why we're voting on to reopen.
Oh, thank you. That
Yeah.
wasn't clear. Thank you so much for clarifying.
Okay, so on motion to reopen the item, all in favor? Show of hands carried.
Please
So now we'll,
recorded vote, please.
to reopen? Okay.
Speaker.
Recorded vote to reopen.
Caller.
James here. Hello?
Recorded vote.
The motion to reconsider the item carries. The vote is 21-2.
Okay, we'll put Councillor Perks's motion on the screen. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bailao and Mayor Tory, may we please have your votes? Motion 1 carries. The vote is 20-3.
Okay, on the item as amended, recorded vote.
The item as amended carries. The vote is 21-2.
Madam Speaker, may I make a point of order, please?
Councillor Holliday?
I wondered for the benefit of the members if you could clarify your ruling, and if I can paraphrase correctly, Chapter 27, subsection 12.7 on recorded votes allows a member to ask for a recorded vote either immediately before or after a vote. And in this case, Councillor Pasternak wanted to go back 2 steps, and that's why there was a reopening. I sensed a bit of confusion, and I hope we could clarify that for members.
Yes, that's fine, and that's what I ruled.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, we'll go to the next item, which is GL 26.6. We have a motion by Councillor Perks. We'll put it on the screen. Do we want a recorded vote? Anybody? Okay. On the item? On the amendment, all in favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. On the item as amended, all in favor, show of hands, carried. Okay, we're done. It's 27.4, citywide real estate. Councillor McKelvey, you held the item down. Do you have questions to staff?
Questions, just speak in motions.
Yeah. Okay. Are there any other members of council that have questions on this item? This is this EX 27.4, citywide real estate next phase.
Questions of staff?
Okay, if you can.
Sorry,
please,
I might see it.
yeah,
A
if you
little
can
slow.
please put your name on the list, please.
Oh, I can now.
Yes, there you are, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Carroll, questions?
Sorry for the lag. Yes, I just wanted, I've read the report, but I just wanted to follow up on a conversation we were having last night. In terms of pulling together the real estate strategy we have, the optimization and such, I'm wondering, I see it mentioned here, but is it built into the go forward implementation steps to examine if and where we might have to re-examine our goal, which was to reduce the number of square footage for employees and to fit them into fewer facilities to maximize other uses for office staff? Do we have any rethinking there, and is that work ongoing now?
So through the speaker, Councillor Carol Josie, as part of the last few years through the pandemic, we've actually been working on that, actually working with staff. So that's part of the work. So there's been some adjustments for sure, but we're still We're still looking at the footprint reduction. We're still looking at allowing for different modes of operation. So we are still doing that, but that has been part of the last few years in actual fact. So we've been doing a lot of that work. And I'm sure Pat Matozo can comment if he'd like on the work that he's actually leading on modern TO if he'd like. But yes, we are.
Well, I just need to clarify that. I understand that you've done that for the last few years because we had a pandemic. But then I next heard you say that what your goal, your ultimate goal is still to go back to what we were doing before, which was reducing our footprint. So what I'm asking, if I could just get clarification, is are we going through the jobs and job specific, looking at places where now that we know what we know about infection control, that some parts of that may have to change. They may not look like the original modern TO. I'm wondering if that work is happening for the future.
So through the speaker, absolutely. And we are doing that. We're looking at what they call family clusters of people that do certain jobs, right? So we are doing that, absolutely. We were doing that before, and with the pandemic, it became extremely important to look at. So you're absolutely correct.
Okay,
Josie.
thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, did I hear Mr. Matozo wanting to add?
Hey, through the Madam Chair, to you, Councillor Carroll. We are meeting individually, to add to what we are meeting individually with all of the divisions to gather all of their requirements, to add to what Josie had said. So we are definitely looking at that.
Oh, okay, so their learning comes into it too.
Absolutely.
If they now, okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. That's very comforting. Thank you. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Are there any further questions on the item? Okay, we'll go to speakers. Councillor McKelvey to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There is a recommendation that's in the supporting report as well. I'm happy to move that one. And mine is just that a working group is established between the divisions and agencies to look at a long-term view of the city's operational needs for industrial lands. And also that there's a specific working group for the location at 891 Morningside Avenue. That land, there's an industrial yard there that is beside the Pan Am Center and lands that are open for development by University of Toronto Scarborough. And at that site specifically, the university's been holding on development of their field house because there's been conversations with Olympics Canada. So there is potential that different partners could come together and make a bigger, better facility. But I think we just need to have this conversation about the works yards. Other councillors have also, and that's why the first one is broader to look across the city, also flagged they have, consolidations that they'd like to see happen. So I think we just need to look at if we can open up some of this space for better use.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carroll to speak.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just want to clarify my intent because it's certainly not to avoid doing some of the reduction of lease premises across the city, the larger real estate strategy. There is no question we're going through what any city is growing. Once you leap over that 3 million bar, which we're about to do, what used to be really affordable lands in your inner suburbs is no longer affordable, and so for us to be leasing it is difficult, and so we do have to look at ways to reduce our footprint. My request is simply about that we're on a job specific basis looking at the ones where we can't over reduce. We learned not just what to do in a pandemic, but we had the interesting data that hardly anybody got the flu last year because of spacing requirements, masking requirements. We know a lot more now than we knew about before about how you avoid transmission in workplaces. And it needn't always mean working from home. It just means being sensible in the workspace. So I'm happy to hear from the Deputy City Manager and from Mr. Matozo that they're actually they're going into the work sites and talking to them about what they learned about that, because we've got these great new workstations. It may come about that where we have people who stay in situ for the whole workday, they're in that workstation, that it doesn't work to have the workstations quite as close together as our ultimate goal. We don't know, but the fact that it's entering into the consideration, I think post-pandemic, it starts to help us avoid all sorts of things. It helps us to know those things so that in certain areas where for some reason everyone has a cold in February, maybe that will no longer be the case. So I'm happy to hear that it's now entered into part of the future implementation strategy. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? No. Okay, we do have the motion by Councillor McKelvey. We'll put on the screen. Okay, it's on the screen. On favor? Show of hands. Opposed if any, carried. Thank you. Second motion, it's on the screen, 1B. All in favor? Show of hands. Opposed if any, carried. Okay, item is amended. All in favor? Show of hands. Opposed if any, carried. Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, EX 26.6, next phase of waterfront. Do you have questions to staff? Councillor Fletcher? Yeah, and that. HL 31.2, Black Scientist Task Force on Vaccine Equity Update, Councillor Wong Tam. Do you have questions to staff? Councillor Wong Tam. Okay. Yeah. EC 25.3, Developing a Cultural District Program, Councillor Matlow. Questions of staff?
I just ask, Councillor Wong Tam had also indicated that she has questions. Is she in the figurative room?
No,
And
she's
if
not.
can you hold-
She's not. That's why we skipped to your item, because she's not in the
No,
room.
I appreciate that. Just out of courtesy to her, would it be okay if we just held this down for the moment until she comes back? I have a motion for it, but she had texted me earlier and said that she had some questions, so just as a courtesy to allow her to do so.
Yes, we'll hold the item down.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a couple members' motions that we want to add to the agenda before we recess, but we only have 16 members. I need 2 more members to introduce it. So if I can ask members of council, if they can please join the meeting, turn their cameras on so we can do some business. Okay. Counselor McKelvey, you have a member's motion that you want to add?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a member's motion to request the Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario grant exemptions for seniors playing cards in community centers for entry fees.
Okay, all in favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. Counselor Cressy.
Speaker, I'm just waiting to see which motion this is on the screen.
Okay, it's on the screen now.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, this is urgent to allow necessary work to take place in advance of the new waterworks building opening up.
Okay. All in favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. Okay, do we have any quick items before we recess? Counselor Carroll?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I have submitted a motion to clerks on EY 27.4, and I've had a conversation with the local councillor about it. I simply want to place the staff recommendations on the application to remove a private tree at 1 Judd Haven Road, and the local councillor is comfortable with it simply being a quick item recorded vote.
Okay, so let's put the motion on. This is Etobicoke York EY 27.4 application to remove a private tree on 1 Judd Haven Road. There's the motion. It's on the screen. We'll have a recorded vote.
Councillors Bailao and Perruzza, can you please vote in CMP? Councillor Layton, if you are there, can you please turn your camera on for voting? Thank you. The motion carries. The vote is 12-9.
Okay, thank you. We'll recess to 2 o'clock. This meeting is now resumed. Members, we will now do the member motion run-through. Following that, I will seek a motion to recess the meeting committee of the whole to consider AU 10.4 Auditor General Cybersecurity Review, Toronto Fire Services, and CC 37.7 a sale of city-owned lands, 20 Castlefield, and CC 3711 ratification of the appointment for Create TO Chief Executive Officer. Before we begin the member run-through, are there any additional release of holds? Councillor Ford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am holding GL 26.11 back to school vehicle for hire driver training. And I know one of my colleagues would like to hold it, Councillor Wong Tam. So I'll release that item to her.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Ford.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Thanks, Speaker. It is EX 27.6, next phase of waterfront revitalization. And I have a motion, and so does Deputy Mayor. I think you've got them both.
Okay, so Councillor Fletcher, if we can put your motion on the screen. There's the amendment on the screen.
All right. Can we hold that down? I'd like to read it.
Okay.
Both of the motions, if they could circulate them, that'd be great. I really appreciate it.
Are they not posted on the item?
Well, I didn't see them, so I still have an interest in them, Councillor. You can continue to hold if you wish.
I think if they could get posted on CMP, that would be helpful. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Denzel, yeah.
Councillor Bylaw, I believe you have a motion too. So once you present your motion, then we can put both motions online.
Yes, please, I'd like that. If I could present it and then it can be circulated.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Layton.
Oh, sorry, I
Yes,
have
thank
another
you.
one. Sorry for the second one, but I can't get off this page now.
Okay,
Down at TE.
Okay, just one sec. You have another one? Just let me get to it. T, yes.
I can't get this, close this, by the way. There we go, sorry. It's TE, I hope the clerks have it. I sent it at lunch. It's got to do with TE 28.31. It's the construction staging area for the TTC Easier Access. And it's not as easy as we thought to make all the changes, so people, so I'd like to refer that back to Toronto and East York, and then it'll be back up in December. Thank you.
Okay, so we do have the motion. It's on the screen. That Councillor Fletcher is moving T 2831. Refer back to the November 24th meeting of Toronto and East York Community Council. All in favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. IE 25.11, improving winter access to Toronto parks for 21-22. I'm prepared to, with thanks to staff for answering my questions, to release the item.
Okay, Councillor Layton is releasing IE 2511, improving winter access to Toronto parks. All in favor?
Great motion, Councillor. Thank you.
All in favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. Okay, members, I have a motion. I've been asked by legal to reopen an item, which was CC 37.5, that in accordance with the provisions of Chapter 27, Council Procedure, City Council reconsider item CC 37.5. All in favor?
Speaker, could you tell us the title of
What
the
is
item?
that? What is it?
What
Sorry.
is the item?
It's CC 37.5 in the 2566 St. Clair. Legal has asked me
Thank
to
you.
Legal has asked me to reopen the item. All in favor? Show of hands.
Yep.
Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. To the members' motion. MM 37.1. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Opposed, if any, carried. On the item, all in favor? Show of hands. Opposed?
May I hold that, Madam Speaker, for questions of staff?
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. MM 37.2. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the General Government and Licensing Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. And a communication has been submitted on this item. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. On
I'd
the,
like to hold that, holding it. Thank you.
was that Councillor Fletcher?
Correct, sorry.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher for 2. Just let
Thank you.
me write it down. Thank you. MM 37.3. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. On the item, all in favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. MM 37.4. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Board of Health. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. Councillor Cole, did you want to say something on this one?
Point of order here. I want to refer it to the Board of Health. So therefore, do I urge my colleagues to vote against referral?
Okay, thank you.
Yes, you do.
Okay,
Just ask for a recorded vote. That's the code.
okay, so recorded vote. Not to waive referral.
So they, again, they should be voting no? If they
Yes.
wanted to go to Board of Health?
Right.
Okay, there's.
So, recorded vote
thanks for
on
the-
waiving referral.
Like next time, just bring a big sign.
That's why I wanted Councillor Cole to speak on it before we did the vote.
Next time, send the letter to the Board of Health first.
Sometimes there are urgent public health issues that have to be dealt with while people are dying on our streets.
Okay.
See, Councillor Cole's too verbose. It would have to be like a
Okay,
Dylan
please,
video
please,
with multiple
this is not a time to talk. We're in the middle of a vote.
The vote to waive referral does not carry. The vote is 5 to 20.
Okay, thank you. MM 37.5, notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral, show of hands. Opposed, if any, Carried. On the item, all in favor?
Madam,
Yes? Who just?
Madam Speaker, I think Councillor Cole had an amendment, or
Yes,
Councillor
so
Cole.
do we hold it? Because I have an amendment to the motion.
Okay, then we need to hold.
I think Councillor Cole would withdraw this motion.
Councillor Coe is withdrawing the motion?
Yes, okay, if, I think I will. And we'll deal with it later on with Councillor Bailao. I'll withdraw.
Okay, so Councillor Coe is moving to withdraw MM 37.5. All in favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. MM 37.6. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. On the item, all in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. MM 37.7. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Opposed, if any? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you. MM 37.8. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. On the item, all in favor? Show of hands. Carried. MM 37.9. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. On the item, all in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. MM 37.10. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Opposed, if any, carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried.
I'd like to hold the motion. I want to add a quick amendment.
Okay, Councillor Carroll is holding. Thank you. MM 3711. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor? Show of hands. Carried. MM 3712. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Opposed, if any, carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 37.13. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item on.
I hold that down, Speaker.
Okay, 3713, Councillor Cressy. Thank you. MM 3714. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3715. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. And Bill 857 has been submitted on this item. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3716. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to a Toronto local appeal body hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3717. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Board of Health. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried.
Madam Speaker, oh, sorry, Madam Speaker, it's Councillor Wong-Tam. Can we get a recorded vote on the actual vote?
Okay, recorded vote.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Filion, Councillor Perruzza, could you please enter your vote? The item carries. The vote is 25 in favor.
MM 3718. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried.
Could I vote on that, please? Thank you.
Pardon?
I would ask for a recorded vote on that, Speaker, please. Thank you.
Recorded vote? Okay, recorded vote.
Yes.
Thank you.
The item carries. The vote is 25 in favor.
Thank you, colleagues.
MM 3719, notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. On the item, I would like to have a recorded. I would like to have.
Question staff? Can I hold it?
Oh, you want to hold it? I was going to ask for recorded vote. Okay. Councillor Coe is holding it. Thank you. MM 3720. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, can I have a recorded vote?
Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, can we please have your vote? Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Perruzza, your vote, please.
I'll pick treat.
The item carries. The vote is 25 in favor.
MM 3721. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor?
Madam Speaker, it's Councillor Ainsley. I have a
Yes.
friendly amendment that I can move quickly, or I can hold it down and move it later. I'm not sure if the clerks are ready with it.
No, we
Okay.
don't have the amendments, so we'll hold the item down in your name.
Okay, thank you.
MM 3722. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3723. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3724. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3725. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3726. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the General Government and Licensing Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3727. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to a reopening of item IE 23.13. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. All in favor?
This is a correction, Speaker. That's, staff asked me to fix it.
Pardon?
Staff had asked, there was a mistake, so I've had to bring it here to have it fixed. So that's all.
Okay. All in favor of reopening it? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 37.28. Notice that this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3729. Notice if this motion has not been given, a two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the General Government and Licensing Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3730. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3731. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Civic Appointments Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3732. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda and is before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3733. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda and is before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3734. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda and is before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3735. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda as before council for debate. On the item, all in favor?
What's that?
Pardon?
No, I'm fine. Oh, good. I can't hear anything. Just hear these guys. Sure.
On favor? Carried. MM 3736. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item? All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. MM 3737. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Show of hands, carried. Thank you.
I can release that one, number 2, MM 37.2, the food bank in the community center. Just wanted to check about containers up in Lawrence Heights. So I'm fine with that if you want to do that now.
MM 37.2, Councillor Fletcher is releasing. On favor?
Recorded vote, please. Recorded vote.
Sure. Recorded vote.
The item carries. The vote is unanimous, 24 in favor.
Councillor Holliday, could you move the motion to go on camera? And could you read the motion out, please?
I surely will. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The council recess its public session to meet as committee of the whole in closed session to consider AU 10.4 Auditor General Cybersecurity Review, Toronto Fire Services Critical Systems Review, reason for confidential information, the security of the property of the City of Toronto or one of its agencies and corporations. CC 37.7, sale of city-owned lands, 20 Castlefield Avenue and 565 Duplex Avenue, Young Eglinton area, update, reason for confidential information, litigation or potential litigation that affects the City of Toronto and the Toronto Parking Authority, and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege. CC 37.11, ratification of the appointment for the Creatio Chief Executive Officer, reason for confidential information, personal matters about an identifiable person.
On favor? Carried. Okay, so give us some time for people, just the right staff to be in the council chambers. Okay, thank you. City Council has completed its closed session consideration of items AU 10.4 and CC 3711. Item CC 37.7 was not considered in the closed session. A motion on confidential instructions was placed in the closed session on item AU 10.4. We will now proceed with the public debate, but I just wanted to make a comment that on AU 10.4, the motion is going to be amended, and yeah, so we're going to hold that item down until we have the correct wording of the motion, and until we get to the public debate on the audit committee. CC 37.7, Councillor Filion, 20 Castlefield, I understand you just wanted to make a technical amendment and you're going to release
No.
the, pardon?
No, I'm just releasing it. Thank you.
Okay, so, okay, Councillor Filion, can you move the supplementary report and release it?
I can release it. I don't want to move anything to do with it.
Oh. Okay, can someone move that? Someone in North York? Who's? Councillor McKelvey? Okay, Councillor McKelvey,
In
can
North
you,
York.
can you just move that motion that's on the screen?
She's in Scarborough. She's not in North York.
Okay, Councillor,
Happy to move it, Madam Speaker.
okay, Councillor Carroll, please.
Sure.
Okay, it's on the screen. Councillor Carroll, do you want to move it? Oh, you don't have to read it. Okay, Councillor Carroll.
Sorry, I did say so moved, yeah.
So Councillor Carroll is moving the amendment. On favor, show of hands. Carried. Item on favor, carried. CC 3711, Councillor Carroll.
Move the staff recommendations, Madam Speaker.
Okay, Councillor Carroll is moving the staff recommendation. Yeah, we're going to display it. Okay, it's on the screen.
I misspoke, Madam Speaker. Yes, moving the recommendations forwarded from the board.
May I ask for a recorded vote, please?
Recorded vote, please. It's been requested.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I need it split. I obviously would want the public release. Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker? Point of order.
What is
If you
it
can
that?
split that, I apologize. I am so sorry. If you could split 1 and 2 as separate votes, because obviously they have different purposes.
I'm not sure if we can do that. Just a sec. Okay, we're going to end the vote until we're able to resolve this.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, gonna have the clerk explain why we can't split the vote.
So recommendation 2 is authorizing the public release of the name and candidate of the individual that's being ratified in recommendation 1. So they actually can't be split at this time.
Okay, so let's have a recorded vote.
Madam Speaker, it's Peruzza. I'm going to have to give you a voice vote because I don't have access to the tablet.
Councillor Peruzza, we will call for your vote once we close the voting panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Councillor Peruzza, may we please have your vote?
In favor.
Thank you. The motion carries. The vote is 23-2.
So we'll have to hold the audit item down. Okay, we'll go to the timed item. I believe that we have time to do the timed item, which is GL 2611, back to school vehicle for hire. Councillor Wong Tam.
Speaker, on a point of privilege.
Yes, point of privilege.
Just before you begin the item, my staff are asking me if I need to move a bunch of stuff in my calendar that I have in for Friday. I should be anticipating coming back Friday, right?
I would assume so, yes.
Thank you.
We're just going to try to get through this one timed item, and then we're going to recess.
And Speaker, if I, point of order, it's also a TRCA meeting, so could there be a kind of an official, if we're coming, because tomorrow's a holiday, of course, for Remembrance Day, we won't be here, could there be some official communication to the chair and board of TRCA that would excuse us from that meeting on Friday morning because of council? Should we be coming back? I would make that request.
Yes, thank you. We will do that. Okay, so we're at GL 2611. Councillor Wong Tam, do you have questions? You held the item down.
I do, Madam Speaker, and thank you. My first question through you, Madam Speaker, to municipal licensing and standard is that my understanding is that right before the pandemic, you had already issued an RFP to the community of educators asking them to prepare curriculum for the new driver training. Is that correct?
Through the speaker to the councillor, it is a call for proposals. It is correct. However, the landscape has changed. Vendors have left the market, entered the market, and we reissued it yesterday morning.
I see. So you reissued the request for proposals asking for educators to develop the curriculum for the driver training yesterday. Is that correct?
Through the speaker, that is correct.
Okay. At the committee, we heard from someone from Centennial College who said that they had, I guess, met your original request back in 2019, I believe. and that they were, ready to unleash the curriculum as long as it's if it needed to be approved, then obviously MLS will have to approve it. But if not, then it just takes them a few weeks, less than 30 days, to sort of bring it online. Do you recall that deputation from Jana Hirschman, I think?
So yes, I recall the deputation, and I've worked with Centennial College over the last number of years. I don't think it's appropriate for me to get into whether they met the certification or not. I don't want to discredit them. So it's unfair for me to say that they were ready to go, that they were on the shelf. That is not an appropriate statement for me to make at this time.
Okay, thank you. And I don't want to put you in a position where we don't want to harm anybody's reputation. But I think that for a college like Centennial, I believe you're aware that they already have driver programs for all sorts of drivers, including the ones that pick up basically parcels and services, not necessarily even passengers, but they train all sorts of individuals when it comes to driving certain vehicles on how to pick up and drop off. Are you aware that is a part of the curriculum that they already offer?
Yes, I'm aware of that curriculum. They are, again, a strong partner of the City of Toronto. I think it's important to note that I don't think they were able to deliver training over the last number of months as a result of the pandemic, either in class or in car. I can't speak to what they were able to do, but I would imagine as post-secondary students weren't able to return to school, nor were this type of training. So that's important to note that was basically on hold until September of this year.
Okay, thank you. So yesterday you put out a call for proposals, so new proposals, new curriculum. Does MLS have to approve that curriculum before it's basically promoted through your channels, or by the time they go online? Is this something that you need to approve?
So thank you for the question. We have an expert panel made up of Transportation Services, Vision Zero staff, MLS staff, and fleet staff who will be a part of that. We will work closely with them to evaluate the proposals when they come in. And it is our intent to certify as many as possible so that we can get people through this type of training as soon as possible. But I think it's also important to note that once we approve or certify, those companies still have to develop the program in order to meet the strict criteria in our 16 various requirements.
Right, except for your strict criteria was already out in the first proposal, so there's not going to be any surprises to the education sector, or will they? Or will any of your criteria have changed from the 2029 call for proposal that originally went out?
Great question. No, the criteria hasn't changed. However, the landscape has changed, and the delivery and the methodology of that training has changed. A number of vendors have already contacted us today asking questions. So again, there's interest, but there is also looking for clarification.
Okay. And just out of curiosity, do you anticipate that drivers can be adequately trained without going into the car in person? Or do you believe that drivers can be adequately trained by just taking an online course?
That was your last question.
It's difficult for me to say. I think it's important that people be trained via a variety of methods, be it in car, be it in classroom, be it online. But I think it's really important to note, Councillor Wong-Tam, that the Ministry of Transportation did not start retesting until June. So there is a precedence for pausing this type of training.
Thank you, Councillor Holyday. Questions?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Grant, could you elaborate a little bit about your comment on that the landscape has changed before the pandemic and after the pandemic? I shouldn't say after the pandemic, but at this point in the pandemic, as we're in a different phase, what do you think that is going through the schools' minds?
Thank you for the question. I would just say that pre-pandemic, we received a number of submissions that were either virtually all online and partially in class, partially in car. So that it was a variety, and as a result of the landscape changing and a variety, and as a result of in-car and in-class and online changing, we need to look at different ways to deliver training, as universities have, as post-secondary institutions have, and all training institutions.
Is it fair to say that the organizations that may compete for the ability to train are going through a process right now to figure out, can they do this and how will they do it because of the changes? And ergo, they need a bit of time.
I would say absolutely. I know they've been going through their own challenges, that they've been getting their schools back up and running. So this is another opportunity for them, and they would hopefully be able to meet the different requirements moving forward.
Is this training envisioned to be trivial? And I don't mean that in a facetious way, but is it a small thing or is it a big thing for somebody that wants to get into the industry? Is there a cost? Is it a big cost?
So I would say that the training is significant. It has 16 different items. I also think it's important to note this is for all vehicle for hire drivers. This is 46,000 PTC drivers and 8,000 taxi drivers, which would be required to go through this. This is new training. This is not training that was taken 30, 40, 20 years ago. There will be a cost. That cost will be borne by the drivers, and we are not involved in that cost. It's up to that third-party trainer to develop that curriculum. We certify the curriculum, but the costs we are not involved in by any means.
If we rush the process, or if they rush the process, could one outcome be that there are less choices for the vehicle operators, be it PTC or taxi, to go and get trained?
It is our hope and intent that we get as many certified training businesses, companies as possible. What we're trying not to do is to rush this. We want to ensure that the training is of quality, of the highest standard, and it meets the 16 requirements that have been set out by the Municipal Licensing and Standards Division.
If there are hard deadlines or limited windows of opportunity to go through training, could that create panic in the marketplace? Whereas people are scrambling, at any means to get this checked off.
So I would say that, first of all, the city is committed to the training. We feel it's very important. I don't want to put a deadline on it because it's in the hands of the vendors and it's in the hands of the drivers. And these drivers have also, this is the only industry that has actually been, business licenses have been subsidized by the city. This is an additional cost to them, and they need the time to I guess, make sure that they have those funds to pay for that associated training.
I read an article recently that there seems to be a shortage of driver tests for classic licenses. And there's these bots that are going out and locking up the appointments. And people that want to get a license are kind of at the whim of people that have otherwise locked up these. And there was an accusation in the story that people are reselling test slots. Is there any possibility, though, if we stir up a marketplace where people are constrained to get through a certification procedure, that there can be unintended consequences? I don't want to say that bots are going to gobble up PTC training, but is that a cautionary point that that any mixing up in the marketplace and constraining people can lead to higher costs and hurt people?
Last question.
So I can't speak to that particular story or what the MTO is experiencing. I will just comment that I don't want to put on unnecessary deadlines that would lead to unintended consequences or could lead to unintended consequences.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. A couple quick questions for Carlton. So you mentioned that the RFP on the new driver training was released yesterday, out in the market, re-released. What is the period of time that is out available for proposals?
So through the speaker, thank you for the question, Councillor Bradford. It is out in the marketplace and it closes on December 10th. It's important that we give the appropriate time for vendors to understand what's being asked for. In the event we have to do amendments, but it's a fair, 30 days in the marketplace.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Do we, is there a minimum number of vendors that we need to receive proposals from? Do we have a sense from previous times how many vendors might come in on this? Is it one or two players? Going back to, again, your point about the market and the landscape changing, what are we anticipating the uptake on this to be like?
So it's hard for me to say. I would say that there isn't a minimum. Last time we had 10. So we've already had people reach out to us yesterday, right after it was issued. So 4 or 5, again, are very interested. There are new entrants into the market, which I think is a good thing, which I think is promising. Obviously, the more that we can certify, the quicker we can get the 53,000 PTC and taxi drivers through the training.
So the idea then, and I apologize, I have not read the RFP for this, but the intention is to certify multiple providers of the training. We sort of standardize or sign off on the training, and then a bunch of different providers can do that.
Through the speaker to the councillor, yes, that's correct. Again, the more we can certify, the quicker and the more options that will be available to the drivers moving forward.
Okay, and once this closes December 10th, what's the turnaround time on our end for evaluating that and then notifying the vendors that they have been certified or awarded?
So through the speaker, great question. We are targeting to do this between December 10th and January 6th. But I do think it's important to note that it's not, there's often, the panel needs time to, they may meet 8 of 10 requirements, and we want to get them to that end. So there is some to and froing, there is some negotiations. We want to get as many vendors as possible. So while we target January 6th, we want to be able to work with reputable companies to get them to be certified, and that may take some negotiation. So that may take some extra time.
I'm not going to hold you to January 6th. Where I'm going with this is the motion in front of us here asks for a pause on licensing to be issued until this is up and running. So I'm really just trying to gauge, okay, so you evaluate, you're theoretically getting back around January 6th. How long until these programs are actually up and running so that we can all understand, you know, if you're considering a pause, how long would that pause be?
So first, I'm not considering a pause. And second, it will take time for these companies, even once certified, for them to develop their programs, develop their methodology, hire the appropriate trainers, get the necessary classrooms, get the necessary simulators, all that they need to do. Once awarded doesn't mean they're ready to go immediately. People won't make the investment until they know they've been certified. And so there is some time in there that needs to be built in.
Yeah, so if I could just follow up on that, ballpark estimate when you think these providers would be up and running offering the training?
Again, hard for me to say, but I would imagine it would take again, this is not my industry, being vendor training or post-secondary. So I would imagine it would take a couple of months.
Is the licensing regime that we have, sorry, this is a broad question, licensing regime that we have here in Toronto for vehicles for hire and for taxis, do we need to have that? Is that something that we are legally required to have for these sorts of operators providing these services, or could we not have that?
Last question.
Yeah, and so thank you for the question. I would say that the training is important. We are committed to it. We are moving forward with it. We are advancing it. It is not a requirement. The requirement for driving is really the responsibility of the MTO.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll. Councillor Carroll.
I'm frozen. I can't I can't get unmuted.
I hear you and I see you.
Okay, sorry, there was, for some reason, I was having trouble getting unmuted. I'm hearing not a clear answer, particularly about when the trade will be happening. So to the first recommendation, is there a risk in pausing the issuance of vehicle for hire licenses? I don't know if you can answer that publicly. Would that be a risk?
So first I will say I can't control what the vendors will do in this capacity and the sign up of drivers. Our goal would be to have everyone trained, all 53,000 trained by the end of 2022. But what's important, there is a risk, and maybe more appropriate for my colleague Wendy Wahlberg to answer from a legal perspective if we were to suspend licensing at this time.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Answer, Madam Speaker? I would actually like to hear that answer.
Speaker, I think Mr. Grant meant for someone else to add to his answer. Perhaps the Chief City Solicitor was going to add to that answer.
No, I just heard a silence, so I thought we were finished. Sorry. Was somebody else going to answer?
Could someone repeat the question, please?
Sorry.
My answer was with respect to recommendation number 1. Mr. Grant thought you would be able to carefully answer this in public. The recommendation 1 to pause the issuing of licenses until the training was up and running. Is there a risk to pausing the issuance of licenses now?
I don't believe there's a legal prohibition on doing so. So it would be it's a policy decision.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'm looking through the report. Now, there's training in place now for licensed taxi cabs, aren't there? Isn't there something in place now?
No, the city does not provide training. They used to. There is different training available for accessibility training.
No, but there is training. I mean, I don't know how we got in the training business through this motion.
So yeah, that's a very good point. We are not in the training business. We are not in the training business for 99 different categories of licenses that we issue.
So it looks like we're now in the training business, incurring the costs for a wide range of vehicle for hire services, taxi cabs, limousines. Am I not reading this correctly?
We are not incurring the costs. What we are putting out is a call for proposal for certified trainers to deliver that training to drivers, both PTC and taxi. The costs would be borne by the driver, and they would sign up with one of, again, what we're hoping for is 5 to 6 to 10 companies that would deliver that particular training. Might be a third party. The city is not involved in training.
So driving an Uber car or Lyft is quite different than driving a licensed taxi. I mean, it may look similar, but it's actually quite different. Aren't you actually getting 2 training programs going?
No.
The industries are quite different. They're a different financial model. They're a different delivery model. They're a different customer service model. I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something. I can't see them receiving the identical training.
All I can say is that this training is new, it is different, and it applies to all vehicle for hire drivers, be it PTC or taxi or limousine.
Okay, so it was in July of 2019 that I guess council directed this new mandatory training, and I guess the motion brings in some I don't know, I don't know if I want to call them punitive measures or punitive options to you to stop issuing the licenses. And I guess you're not issuing taxi licenses now. Maybe they're frozen, but this comes down on the new vehicle for hire and private transportation licenses. So you said that you're not keen on that, on pausing the issuance. Are you worried about legal action, or it would produce no results, or?
So through the speaker to the councillor, there could be legal action if we were to spend. But I think it's important to note that 205 new taxi driver licenses have been issued during the course of the pandemic. And so they've been able to work, provide for their families, as PTC drivers have.
Can you? I guess the question is, should these people be behind the wheel without this training? I mean, they're.
So we feel that the core training for drivers is through the MTO. We have a very strong, rigorous licensing requirement that provides other safety measures, security checks, etc., that ensure that the drivers are not putting the public at risk.
Okay, I guess I'll leave it at that. This has become a bit of a mishmash here. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I try and stay clear of taxi issues, but I can't resist. Carlton, who's driving this thing? I'm trying to understand. I have a suspicion that there might be some, like, because they're always playing the angles in this business. Someone's always playing an angle in this business. Who are the guys that are pushing for this?
So through the speaker to Deputy Mayor, it's not for me to say. We were planning to report back in November, which is next month, to GGLC. It's been an agenda management, the forecast system for a year. Councillor Wong-Tam and Councillor Ainsley brought a motion forward to council 2 councils ago. It's important to note that was sent back. It was not approved, and it was sent back to GGLC, and now it's sent back. So I'm not in a position to say. All I will say is that we were preparing on reporting back on this industry in November, which we will be next month to GGLC.
Your deputy city manager trained you well. I am wondering, I always have a concern when you put a cap on anything in the licensing business that people might benefit from that, because you put a cap on, then you can't get one.
I share the same concerns with caps. Caps create a false market that has been problematic in this industry for decades.
So a guy wants to become a taxi driver. Now he can't become a taxi driver because there's a cap on it. So he can't go and make any money. Even though there's not a lot of money to be made in the business, he can no longer make that choice. Is that right?
So the industry has been hit hard over the last 19, 20 months. But if someone were to enter this market, yes, it would be challenging.
And just a random question, because I know you can sell plates, and this might be a legal question, but because you've never had a cap on the licenses for the drivers. But if there's a cap on it, then all of a sudden, some guy can a guy buy a license from a driver's license from another driver, since now it's like there's a fixed cap on it?
I believe the short answer would be no.
Do our lawyers agree with that?
I would happy to defer it to our lawyers.
Through you, Madam Speaker, I'm not able to answer that question at this time. I can get back to the Deputy Mayor with an answer on that one.
It's pretty important that for that, because it helps me make my decision, Madam Solicitor. If you create a closed so many licenses, just like we did with the old system,
Yes.
right? Then people start selling them. Now, a license in itself would require the driver to have certain qualifications, but still, it's now a closed system. And can you sell it for value?
Thank you. So my staff have gotten back to me on that and indicated that the licensing bylaw does prohibit the transfer of licenses.
Okay, thank you very much. Madam Chair, I don't have any more questions right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam to speak.
Very much, Madam Chair, and I do have a motion, if the clerk can please put that on the screen. The first part of the motion is to strike the words consider pausing and to insert the words immediately pause. And the second part of the motion then speaks to the type of training and who gets trained and how should we sequence it. I would request that the MLS executive director require all vehicle for hire private transportation companies be trained through accredited public institutions, both in class, not required drivers who've already received the city approved training in the past to undergo any new training. We also don't necessarily need to ask those previously trained city trained drivers to take refresher courses, especially if the new drivers have not been trained. And I think that we need to prioritize those who are actively on the road, picking up and dropping off passengers so that they get trained first. Madam Speaker, we heard from the Executive Director of MLS that he was not considering pausing the licensing, the issuance of licensing. And I actually found that very interesting because in 2019, Council instructed him, told him, and told MLS, sorry if I need to say this through you, Madam Speaker, Council instructed MLS to go and reinstate training. And in 2019, MLS put out an RFP asking institutions and educators, can you put together the curriculum? And then everything went on to ice. So we've heard nothing but the fact that COVID is the number one issue, and we can't deliver services the way we'd like to, including the services that keep people safe. Madam Speaker, if you'll recall, there was a young man who got into an Uber who was then subsequently killed as a passenger of a vehicle where we had an unqualified driver who didn't seem to know the rules of the road, didn't really understand how to pick up and drop off the passenger safely, and Nicholas Cameron is gone. It was actually City Council that originally instructed MLS to get rid of the city training. So we used to train drivers. There's thousands of drivers that went through the city training, and then we decided that we were going to bend the rules because Uber wanted us to bend the rules for them. So we put public safety to the back burner, and we made it possible for Uber drivers to get on the road, pick up passengers, and drive them around, albeit untrained. For the past year and a half, almost 18, 19 months, my understanding is that organizations, institutions like Centennial College, one of the oldest publicly funded colleges in the entire country, has been ready with this training program because they were responding to an RFP from 2019. They just were told, stop, we're not doing anything about it. You folks will have to wait. So yes, the executive director of MLS went off and reissued the RFP yesterday, coincidentally, which I appreciate. But the reality is we still have about 53,000 drivers who are driving on city streets today that are untrained. Madam Speaker, there's a $7 million lawsuit that's been filed against the city because the parent of Nicholas Cameron is holding the city responsible for her son's death. The fact that we let a driver pick up a passenger, a commercial passenger, who was not trained. If you think that we need to be nervous about Uber or anybody else taking us to court because we might be freezing and suspending the issuance of licensing for about a month or a half until Carlton and his team get this sorted out, that's not the least of our worry. My bigger worry is like, how are we keeping the public safe. And MLS has a mission. Their mission is pretty straightforward and clear, and that's to enhance the quality of life in the City of Toronto by ensuring public safety, community integrity, consumer protection, and responsible business practices. That is MLS's job. I'm asking them to do their job. Do not be mistaken that we should be scared about Uber coming in and telling us that they may sue us. It's not their fault that we didn't implement the training. It's our fault. City Council has to be held account. We didn't implement the training because MLS
10
didn't do it.
seconds.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We do have one question for you, Councillor Holiday. 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Speaker. Through you to the councillor, has the councillor read the RFP that's out there?
I have seen portions of the RFP, yes. And the
So,
RFP, okay, go ahead.
I was just say, is your motion in conflict or sending confusing mess? Like, we're in the middle of a procurement and council is issuing directions. Maybe we need that inspector general we talked about earlier in the meeting. I don't know. We got a problem here with this motion? Have we checked?
Well, Councillor, I don't, what do you want to check about? You want to find out if pausing the issuance to ensure public safety is somehow going to be contradictory
Well,
to
looking,
the
I'm
RFP?
looking here about accredited public institutions and so on. Is this tampering with the procurement process that's ongoing?
So this is what I know. We passed a bylaw, the Vehicle for Hire bylaw, back in 2019. It went into effect in 2020. It required drivers to meet certain obligations. And I don't think that bylaw has ever been repealed. So that bylaw is on the books today. And one of the things that we asked and said that we had to do in order for anybody to receive a new license was that council had to be working with accredited driver training. And the topic should include transporting passengers in a safe manner, driving them in an urban setting, providing accessible service, doing anti-racist as well as diversity sensitivity training, and it should meet the legal requirements, including the basic knowledge of that bylaw. That was what we instructed council. That's what we instructed MLS to do. That is the bylaw that we invoked. So if there's any type of breach on whether or not we're going to be in contradiction of this or that, we have to meet the spirit of that bylaw, which is in full force and effect, which we've never revoked.
Okay, on to the part about immediately pausing the issuance of licenses. You're okay if it puts people out of work, they don't get a chance. I mean, we heard from the director that it could be months and months before the driver training program, if the RFP that's out there now is allowed to stay. I don't know about this motion, but you know, nobody will be able to sign up to do this type of work, and you're okay with that. And if it costs more to get around the city, I mean, you're okay with that too. I mean, those could be some consequences of messing around with the supply of drivers.
Sure, that, except for it's not a realistic proposition, Councillor, because if you speak to Uber drivers, Lyft drivers, and taxi drivers today, they'll tell you there isn't enough business. While the financial district is still sitting at only 20% capacity, while the economy is still not fully reopened, there's too many drivers on the road as of today. And the problem is that they're starving to death.
Thank you. Councillor Ainslie, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Councillor Wong Tam, currently taxi drivers need to be trained, correct?
Yes, they should be trained. Yes.
Yeah, and you would expect Uber or Lyft drivers, you know, vehicle for hire drivers to get the same training as taxi cab drivers, correct?
Yes, and that was what the bylaw was, and when we passed in 2019.
Yep, and Nicholas Cameron's family, I can't speak for them, but I would hypothetically think that they would not want to see vehicle for hire cars on the road unless they're trained properly.
That is correct.
And Nicholas Cameron died on the Gardiner Expressway, or the extension of the Gardiner Expressway. So this isn't purely a downtown issue. This could happen, a similar death in a vehicle for hire, the driver not being trained properly, could happen anywhere in Toronto.
It could happen anywhere. You're correct.
Any ward in the city?
Any ward in the city, correct.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Those are my questions, Madam Chair.
Okay. Okay, members, I have a motion that City Council extend the meeting to complete consideration of item GL 2611, release of member holds in the confirming bill. So we just finished. On favor? Just going to finish this item, release of holds and the confirming bill. Carried. Okay, we have two more speakers. Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. Incredible is what I would say. Council is once again opening up policy and then playing around it again. And we've seen that over and over again, even on the taxi file. We just can't help ourselves. We can't leave it alone. And the staff haven't even completed the process that we've asked them to do the first go around. I'm in full support of driver training. In fact, I think the barrier to entry, the PTC market, should be high. We should have people that are serious about doing this, that are going to go through the training, they're going to get the snow tires in their car, they're going to have the seat belts and all the pieces and things in place. But here we have two things before us. We've got a procurement that's going on live, and then council's putting out some policy statements about that, just to confuse things. And then we've got another motion here that talks about, stop issuing licenses, of which we have absolutely no economic understanding other than a few statements from some councillors, self-included, just some guesses on what it is. I said the same thing at the committee, and I voted against. I'm going to do it again. I'm going to urge members to do that as well, and just let Mr. Grant complete the process that we've set him out to do. And perhaps the most alarming thing was, in deepest respect to Councillor Wong Tam, I asked the questions and I got an economic answer at the end about people and wages and earning a living. I'm starting to draw the conclusion that this is a veiled attempt to put a cap on the number of people and to play with the economics of the market. And we're doing this at a motion on the fly at 5:51 p.m. With potentially extremely serious consequences. Legal, I don't know. Economic, I don't know. I don't know if this is going to drive up the cost of taking a ride share in the city because the numbers are constrained. People kick around the numbers, right? There's a number of cabs out there. There's tens of thousands of licensed PTC drivers. It's not apples and oranges. PTC drivers don't all drive full time. So you can't say one is the same as the other. I'm quite certain both businesses are very difficult to earn a living in, and I've spoken to people in both of those businesses, and I have a deep respect for them. But taking very, very serious council policy changes in this manner, without even having the resources or the information brought to us from staff to understand what the implications of what it is we are doing is extremely dangerous. My advice to council is just vote no to this, leave it alone. There's a report coming to GGLC next month. We know many of these questions will be answered. We can ask at that point in time exactly what it is that we are so concerned about. But 5:52 p.m. is not a good time to stop taking licenses for, I don't know, the next 6 months or the next year and not understanding what that means. So I would urge members of council to be very, very careful with these types of motions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ford to speak.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And look, I understand somewhat of what Councillor Holiday is saying, but I have to honestly disagree with a few things he has said on this item. Changing council policy on the fly. This is council policy that was put in 2.5 years ago. That has not been put into action. And I understand what Councillor Holiday is saying about capping numbers here, but I know Councillor Wong Tam has been working with the industry for months on this, and I think road safety is very important to her. And I think we saw that with her comments tonight, and I think it should be important to all of us. I think that with this, I think it is the right approach to do it. I don't think it's about capping these numbers. That's not why I'm supporting Councillor Wong Tam's motion. I think it's about putting pressure to get something in place that this council has been waiting for, and it has expected for a number of years now. And I think it's very important that that happens. And we've heard from a number of people in the industry, whether it's the taxi industry, just to name one, or ride fare, or the whole host of other industries. But I don't think this is a taxi versus PTC versus anything else. I think this conversation is about implementing council policy that has been kind of on hold for 2.5 years. And look, I respect the work of our municipal licensing and standard staff and the leadership there. I think they do good work, but I think this is something that council has to send a message and say, look, we want this done. It should be done in timely and not in, I would say, a rushed manner, but in a manner that we need to address some of the big issues such as road safety and a whole host of things that this council has been so focused on. So late into evening, I will leave my comments at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Madam Chair. I won't be supporting the councillor's motions. I was looking at this and then I went to my CMP and I was looking to see if there was a staff report, and there was none. And that's because I was going to move the staff recommendations. The staff never wrote a report on this. This was a notice of motion that got sent to staff and then there was no report written, and it came up here with no staff recommendations. On this particular item, I tend to trust and take the advice of our municipal executive director. There's this arrangement that in some ways we are being asked to believe that.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, on a point of order.
Sorry, go ahead.
Point of order.
Yeah, sorry, Madam Speaker, on a point of order, this item before us did come to General Government and Licensing as a notice of motion. And it's before us today with committee recommendations that were passed at the committee based on that notice of motion. So there are committee recommendations before us today. Thank you.
Yes, exactly. And that's what the councillor said, that it's a member's motion that went to committee.
And there were no staff recommendations.
No.
That's exactly what I said.
Yes.
If
Okay,
you can
go
give me
ahead.
some
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Consideration. I don't want to take a lot of time on this, Madam Speaker. The only other point I would make is that we're led to believe that, and at least it was said in the discussions that staff, the impression we're left to believe is staff are not taking public safety properly into account. I don't accept that arrangement. I think that they are. And so for those reasons, I'm not in a position to support the motions, and I hope that the rest of council won't either.
Thank
Just
you.
a point of order, Speaker. It's Councillor Fletcher.
Point
I
of
think
order.
the point that, thank you so much. The point Councillor Ainsley made is that it was a notice of motion. Council didn't deal with it. It got sent to committee. And as I believe it, now these are recs from the committee based on the discussion there. And I'm getting a nod from Councillor Ainsley. So the deputy mayor made it seem like someone had pulled these out of thin air rather than it had had a full airing at the committee. And I think that's not, I think it's not fair. I'll use that word, not fair, and a bit misleading. And I think the record needs to be corrected. Thank you.
Well, Councillor Fletcher, what the
My language is very precise,
hold on. What the deputy mayor said is that at committee there was not a report. There was the member's motion that was referred to committee, which is correct. There was not a staff report. That's what he was referring to, and he's correct on that, Councillor Fletcher.
I understand, but the insinuation, Speaker, was that there's something wrong with that. Many members' motions go to committees and they get discussed, passed, changed. That's exactly the same thing happened here. So the insinuation that this isn't a true motion or a staff report, I thought we were able to initiate things here. I did think that was one of our roles. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carroll to speak.
Yes, Madam Speaker, perhaps I can help. There is nothing wrong with moving a motion at a committee or even at council and having it forwarded to committee. Nothing whatsoever. But if that motion wants to do something major in policy, you probably want to move a motion that asks staff to create a report based on professional expertise. If that motion is being moved out of frustration because we're unhappy with the way things are going about something that council directed earlier, which I believe is the case here, then again, if you're unhappy with the progress staff is making, maybe the motion should be about getting a report from staff. I'm frustrated right now because at the heart of this, I think there is a deep frustration that this vehicle for hire training program was not tendered a long time ago and already underway. That's what we're really mad about. If you're, if you boarded a plane and you're sitting there and it's not going anywhere because the pilot hasn't shown up yet, there's no point in screaming and yelling at the other passengers and the stewardess. It's just really no point. And I think, honestly, with all due respect to our professional staff, here we are now trying to build policy out of a member motion, not a staff report, because we weren't getting what we asked for a long time ago from staff. I'm really feeling awkward about moving motions now. I didn't get a full answer, but I did seem to hear the answer that I was looking for built upon in another council's answer, that there are some problems with freezing licenses, capping licenses, whatever. There also, I also heard we're not getting a definitive date. We've got a tender out, but we don't know 100% when a vehicle for hire training will be up. We got a lot of vague answers, and they seem to be crisp when one person is questioning, and not so crisp at other times. I'm at the point now where I really wish this was coming from a committee deliberation that included a staff report that had words on paper that the staff had to stand by. Because I'm really not sure I have an appropriate legal opinion even at this point. And so, I share some people's confusion. They're worried about voting for these motions. We're not sure we have the answers yet. I think that is what Councillor Min Wong was trying to get at. And that is a very difficult situation. That is policy on the fly without clear understanding of the ramifications. And so I'm not sure this doesn't need a trip back to committee so they can have a staff report.
Thank you. Councillor Layton.
On March 21st, 2018, Nick Cameron was killed while taking an Uber from his apartment in Parkdale to Pearson Airport. The driver of the Uber had been registered for 2 days. He drove the wrong way on an entrance ramp to the highway. While there may have been other contributing factors, one of them, I would argue, is that in 2016, this city council removed vehicle for hire training that was required for private transportation companies. Councillor Pasternak was confused that why are we getting in the business of training? We used to be. Prior to that happening and Nick's death, prior to 2016, the city did that. I argued that we should keep that. When many of you voted against it, well, clearly a majority of you didn't. This is undoing a mistake. When we went back and said there needs to be better training. There needs to be an in-car or in-class component. It can't just be someone clicking through a screen saying yes, 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 no, yes, 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 and then getting a certificate. It's got to be meaningful. It was our mistake. It's been a couple of years since we've instructed staff to go out and get a training software in place. There are institutions in our city that can do this. Young drivers have been doing this for years. I was 16 when I was actually 19. I didn't bother to get my license at 16. But It was easy. Little in class, little in car, done. It's not rocket science to pull this off. The motion coming from committee is just saying, look, enough. Let's get back to the recommendations that were made by council so that we don't have another Nick Cameron dying because an Uber driver goes the wrong way on a highway on-ramp. Now, I would add one other thing. There are several other instructions that we gave staff around vehicle emissions for these for these cars, as well as reporting back on the contribution to congestion. I don't know about you, and maybe I missed something, but I haven't seen those reports. And like COVID delays lots of things, but there was a run-up before COVID that we could have gotten some of this work done. Some of this could have been put in place leading to this moment. The motion is saying respectfully, if we haven't had time to do it, then we should go no further than this point because it's only going to put us further behind. I don't think it's too much to ask. And like, to be honest, I don't agree with Councillor Ford on everything, but he's bang on in his comments about why this needs to take a breath. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow.
I'm going to support Councillor Wong-Tam's motion because I believe that it has the potential to save lives, to simply put it. I want to speak to process first, and I'll speak to content right after. We always, if we do our jobs responsibly, want to understand the repercussions for actions. We want to understand what happens if you do A, B, and C. That's why we do ask for staff reports, to seek expert advice, to understand as much information as possible to make an informed decision. What I believe, though, is that we all have arrived at a decision. I haven't heard anyone say that they don't believe that there shouldn't be proper training and accreditation. I haven't heard anyone argue that we don't want to have drivers on our road that are well trained to perform their jobs safely. So we've arrived at that conclusion. So if we are convinced that there isn't proper training or accreditation yet, if we're convinced that there aren't the essential qualifications prepared for new drivers to be as safe as they should, driving people around on our roads, then why would we want more people to get on the roads without those qualifications? We've arrived at our decision as a council. It's a question of values. Councillor Wong-Tam is championing those values. She is, I think, very brave at getting rid of the wishy-washy consider pausing language and writing exactly what she means. No. Mike Layden, Councillor Layden, brought up, young drivers and learning to drive. And, what if the reality in Ontario today was that you didn't need to have a license to drive a car? And what if we all decided that maybe it's wise to learn how to drive a car before you drive? Maybe you'll be safer that way. Maybe other people will be safer too. Would we just, while that's being developed, would we just keep allowing 16-year-olds to just get on the road without a license now that we've arrived at the epiphany that maybe licensing is important? Of course not. I don't even have to ask that question. That's rhetorical. You know what the answer is. Of course we wouldn't. Our values are that we want safe roads. Every one of us has made that speech because we believe in it. We know that to be true as the values that our communities share. So the question that Councillor Wong-Tam is asking us is, until we know that somebody is going to be trained well enough and accredited to be able to perform their duties in a safe way, let's not accept that more people should be driving our roads, driving people around in their cars before they're qualified to do it safely. It's very simple. That is the repercussion. It's a repercussion that I think is really good. So I am informed on this vote. I know exactly what I'm voting on. I know exactly why I'm voting for it. And I respect Councillor Longtam's conviction and resolve to put forward the words that she actually means. And I think those words are very sage and important and ultimately could save a life. Last thing I'll say is, I think if somebody else did get into a taxi or an Uber and drove somebody around and God forbid a tragedy happened and I voted the wrong way on this, I would regret it deeply. So I just feel so clear about how to vote on this. And I hope you reflect on the same facts and values that I have through this discussion. And thank you, Councillor Longtam, for your leadership on it and how convincing you've been. Thank you.
Councillor Perks.
You know, being a city councillor, you do accumulate a few regrets here and there. And one of the regrets I have accumulated is probably within the first month or two of being elected to Toronto City Council, Howard Moscow told me, don't get involved with taxis. And I didn't listen to him. And instead, I got deeply involved in working on taxis and private transportation companies. Probably the single thing that I have spent more time on, working together with the Deputy Mayor Min Wong, and the John Tory senior staff, was trying to figure out how to get a safe system for taxis and private transportation companies. And the sticking point, the point where we really couldn't get it solved, was this issue of driver training. The City of Toronto used to run driver training to a very high standard. And some voices in the conversation felt, oh no, you can't impose that on Uber because it doesn't fit Uber's business model. We went back and forth and back and forth. We sat in Councillor Janet Davis's office and argued about this for hours. And we came up with a solution that might just have worked. It might just have worked. And then a group of councillors went and undermined the agreement that we all came to. And at the last minute, the morning of the day we voted to make this system legal, that whole agreement was pulled out from under us. And here we are today. The problem with all the taxi issues has always been, there's always a group of people ready to go behind the scenes and undermine good public policy. We are in this circumstance, not because Mr. Grant isn't doing his job, not because of the pandemic, but because of a deliberate and concerted effort by a bunch of venture capitalist tech bros to say they're different and the rules don't apply to them. And that if we require their drivers to have to be trained thoroughly in how to operate a vehicle, their business model doesn't work and we don't get to disrupt the taxi industry. Well, they sure have disrupted it. There's a reason we had regulations in place for safety, and the tech bros disrupted it. And I'm sick of it. And I'm sick of this council not taking ownership for the mistakes it made when it allowed private transportation companies to come in and put untrained drivers on the street. Yes, it's an awful mess that we are considering putting a temporary freeze on an RFP that's about to go out. But again, it's not the pandemic's fault. It's not Mr. Grant's fault. It's the fault of the mess we made when we decided that the Ubers of the world could come in and operate on our streets without proper training. And if it means we have to take a few risks in terms of how a current RFP is working, and we lose a little bit of time, and heaven forbid, maybe we don't let the market expand as fast as it possibly could, then we're just simply trying to be the adults in the room, take responsibility for the mistake we made, Grow up and fix it.
Thank you. I did see Councillor McKelvey's name on it. I believe she took her name off. So I don't have any other speakers. The last speaker would be Mayor Tory. Oh, Councillor McKelvey, is your name on or off?
No, if Mayor Tory is speaking, that's okay.
Okay, Mayor Tory to speak.
Speaker, I think there's some things happening on the fly here, but I'll speak to the merits of it as I would like to do, which is I am as dissatisfied as everybody else, and there can be no working around the tragedy of Nick Cameron or anything like that. It's tragic. It's not acceptable. And I am not going to make excuses for anybody here today, including our officials who otherwise, I said yesterday, and I meant it, every word of it, that they do an excellent job and have done an excellent job during the pandemic. But 2.5 years to come forward with a training program that's still not in front of us is not acceptable. It's just not acceptable. And I don't believe, however, that to take the second part of this motion, which prescribes exactly how that's going to happen, when there is an RFP out there, and to prescribe it in any event, because that part is on the fly. I believe I'm correct in saying that that part did not go to the committee, was not considered by the committee, and therefore does not form part of what was the recommendation of the committee. And I don't think that's right. And so what I think is, it makes sense, and I concur in whoever said a couple of minutes ago that, there are other items, I think it was Councillor Layton, that were directions given by council a couple of years ago, if not longer, to our staff to report on certain items. I'm told that report is coming in December. And so what I would suggest is, because I think it is time we have to make a statement, as some have said today, that we do support the part of this motion from Councillor Wong-Tam that brings about a stop in the issuance of licenses. And if people are not happy about that, well, then they can reflect on why it's happening, because we've gone 2.5 years. And I've expressed this frustration in here in my own office for some time, but I don't govern how these things happen. And I think that that we then can either not have the other part approved by us at this point in time and refer it off to be incorporated into the report that's coming with respect to how the training should be carried out, or other places where that could be considered. But I think the signal we could send to make the point that was made by a couple of people, which is that, let's be frank, this motion and the stopping of the issuance of licenses will not make for one safer driver among all those who are out there on the streets now. And so, but by stopping the issuance of licenses, we won't add to that number of people who have not been trained. And we can send a very clear signal by so doing that we are really serious about the fact that 2.5 years is way too long, that the answers given today were not specific enough in terms of exactly when we would have this problem remedied, and that it's about safety. That's what it's about. Everybody said that today. So I think they're working on the possibility that we could sort of say yes to part one of this, which was the original part just said request a pause. Then it went to direct that there be a pause. And I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. But the other part that was down below starts to be very prescriptive in terms of exactly how this would be. And that is making policy on the fly, where we don't do a good job when we do that. I mean, I just think we have to be honest about that. We just don't. We should get a staff report on that, and it could come incorporated into the report that is coming before us in December in any event on the other unfulfilled directions of this council with respect to the policy in this area. And so those are my comments, Speaker.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, it's Councillor Wong-Tam.
Councillor
on a point of
Wong-Tam.
order.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, thank you. I would like to withdraw, if I may, at this point in time, in light of what the mayor has just said. I would be happy to withdraw the first half of motion 1B. That's the first point, and then subsection A, B, C, and D. It sounds to me where the staff will be dealing with this in their subsequent report. But if we can, if that is permitted, then I'd like to advance, obviously, the first motion, which is to immediately pause, and then the second half of 1B, which is to direct the executive director of MLS to grant Toronto taxi license holders, drivers, and operators who have continued service throughout the pandemic access to the accessibility fund, or in the case of incomplete forms, an extended appeal process with the possibility of retroactive pay. And then everything above that, I withdraw for now. I basically said it out loud. I was hoping that the clerks could understand what I was trying to do.
Okay, we're just going to work on that and put it on the screen.
And thank you. And I've already spoken, but I just want to say thank you to the mayor for his comments.
Madam Speaker, we are just going to adjust that motion and we will display it so that council can have an opportunity to see what they're voting on.
In the meantime, while we're doing that, maybe we can kind of speed things. No? Oh. Oh, okay.
Let's try, but
Okay, so what you have on the screen is the new 1B. Recorded vote. The reason we're going to take a recorded vote on these motions is that Councillor Mantis at committee declared an interest, so we need to have it recorded that he was not present for this item. Okay. Okay, we'll do 1A first. Recorded vote.
Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, can you please? Thank you. Motion 1A carries. The vote is 20-3.
Okay, motion 1B. It's on the screen, recorded vote.
Councillor Fletcher, may we please have your vote? Motion 1B carries. The vote is 22-1.
Item as amended, recorded vote.
Councillor Fillion, may we please have your vote? Thank you. The item as amended carries. The vote is 21-2.
Okay, so do we have any quick releases? It would be nice.
I do.
So that we can clear
I
the
do, Madam Speaker.
Okay, Counselor Fletcher.
Thank you. It's down there, it's TE on here. Oh my God, it's TE
2832.
28.32, yes. I have a motion that I've worked on
Okay,
with the staff.
because it's here
Thank
without a
you.
recommend. Do we have your motion, Counselor Fletcher?
Yes, I'm sending
Okay.
it back, so.
We'll
yeah,
put it on the
you'll see it.
screen.
I believe the clerks have it, they did it, thank you very much. No, that's not it, I'm sorry. I have a referral motion that went. I guess we'll just wait, Speaker, we'll have to wait. Oh, there it is, that's it, that's perfect, thank you so much. Clerks did a great job.
Okay, so the motion is on the screen. On favor, show of hands. I don't see hands at all. Okay, carry.
There's my hand.
Thank you. Counselor Fillion.
I can release audit 10.3 with a fairly simple motion. I believe Councillor Holiday has one as well.
Do.
Okay, your motion is on the screen. Okay, and Counselor Holiday, can we see yours?
Please, Madam Speaker.
There it is. Okay, so on Counselor Holiday's amendment, on favor, show of hands, carried. Counselor Fillion's amendment, on favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Thank you. Counselor Carroll.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. On IE 25.24, I have a slight amendment that was submitted to staff. And with apologies, because I was planning on having slides shared on the presentation. I was really going to go for it, but you're all going to miss that now. Now you just have to amend 2 words. This is about the pathways. In North York, we call them cut-throughs. I'm simply adding 2 words to the motion that Councillor Perruzza put, and I thank him for it. This is for transportation. Look at operating, and in the B, where he puts citywide strategy for the maintenance, I want to be crystal clear about this, and capital renewal of public walkways. North York, and I dare say Etobicoke and parts of Scarborough, are full of walkways where the asset are the rusted out, bent out of shape fences in these public walkway cut-throughs. And it's on no one's radar that they're all at end of life and really making people's properties unsightly if they happen to live next to them.
Okay, so we have the amendment on the screen, i.e. 2524 by Councillor Carroll.
And Speaker, this is Perruzza. I'm happy that Councillor Carroll wants to team up on this issue. It's a very, very important one. Thank you,
Raised
Councillor
it 5
Carroll.
years ago. Thank you,
Okay,
Councillor Perruzza.
on favor of the amendment, show of hands. Carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam, quick release.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll just release HL 31.2 Black Scientist Task Force and Vaccine Equity Update. I'll just leave it there.
Okay, which one was it again? Sorry.
It's the Board of Health item, the Black Scientist Task Force.
HL 31.2. Okay, Councillor Wong Tam is releasing. On favor, show of hands, carried. I have one. I opened the
Speaker, could I just, on a point of personal privilege, ask Councillor Grimes to introduce his colleague here today?
Oh.
Brody Bear. Brody, who wanted to vote
Hi,
today.
Brody. Hi, Brody. thumbs up. Hey, look at your big smile. Wow.
Thank you, Councilor Cressy. My pride and joy here. Right?
Welcome. Maybe you can ask your grandfather to stay in his seat. I'm just joking. Don't kick him in the knees. He just had surgery. Okay, my item. I opened CC 37.5. Our legal department asked me to open it because they did have a meeting and they were able to come up with settlement. So I'm going to move this motion from legal. On favor? Show of hands. Carried. That was them. Okay, so we did a few quick releases. May I have a motion to introduce the confirming bill? Councillor Grimes.
I'll move it.
Councillor Grimes. Do you want to get?
Speaker?
Yeah.
Sorry?
Do you want to introduce a confirming bill? You can have your grandson help you.
Come here. Well, yeah, we can do that. That Lee be granted into a bill to confirm to the point of introduction of the motion, the proceedings of City Council meeting 37 on November 9th and 10th, 2021. Right, Brody?
Thank you, Brody. Shall leave be granted to introduce this bill? All those in favor? Show of hands. Any opposed? Carried. Shall this bill be passed and declared as a bylaw? All those in favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Bye.
Thanks, Madam Speaker.
So members?
That's all I got to say.
Okay, so.
Gary Crawford's waving to you too. Down Gary. Hi, guys. Bye, guys. Wave bye.
So,
Bye.
members, we're going to recess to Friday morning at 9:30. Thank you to members of council. Thanks to staff. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Thanks, staff.
Thank you.